Previously on Base Builders House Flipper 2 Edition.
I have no means of actually cleaning them. Ooh, I can turn the sink on. Oh, cool. I didn't know that I could do that. Nice. If it's on the counter, it's clean, right? That's how that works. Caught trout or bass, it doesn't matter. With this book, it will all taste like chicken. The cookbook for everyone. No matter no matter how hard you try, poultry's what you get. On a Hook Publishing. Okay, yeah, oh boy. Poor little Eeyore. All right. Oh, you're gonna sell the potato chips that are on the floor, clearly open because there's all these potato chips underneath them. But yet you can sell that for, let's see how much. For 3 coins, you can sell that bag of potato chips. Pinnacle Cove has a very interesting economy, huh? It says illegible. Oh, that's beautiful. I love that.
And now, the exciting conclusion.
Hey, y'all. You know, as soon as I finished up the previous recording, it suddenly struck me. Hey, we just helped someone move out of a location with a cafe, and now our next client wants us to help someone move a cafe into a new location. Could our Emma actually be Jane's Emma? This is Liberty Prime with Based Builders, and let's dig in and find out the answer to this mystery. And with any luck, we'll be able to do a little bit more effective snoopery into our girl Emma's life, because we're nosy like that. All right, now here is the message from Jane Utara, adding a cafe to my bookshop. Hello, friend. I run a small bookshop by the beach. My girlfriend is a barista, and we would like to make space for her coffee shop business here. She says that you may be up for the job, winky face. Can you help us set it up? We've done a few things already, but there's still new furniture to buy and a wall to paint. Ooh, that implies a new tool. That's exciting. I really hope her customers won't be spilling drinks over the books. Yeah, that seems like a definite possibility. We will have to see what we can do to ameliorate her situation, make sure that everything stays nice and safe and dry. Have a nice day, Jane Utara. All right, let's go ahead and begin this job. Okay, well, it looks like we've got plenty of trash for starters. I'm going to go take a quick look around here first. That's a nice little sign. I like that. Frog and Crawfish Bookshop. They really just generally like the animals around here. Okay, more trash. Nice little beach location. That's a comfy looking, well, I don't know if I like the fact that it's just staring at the wall here. It's maybe not the best placement for this. It's nice to have a little swing out here, though. Don't think we had any swings like this in the other game. I might be forgetting something, but certainly nothing along these lines. Okay. Now I wonder if these are on her property. I guess not, because I can't go any further back here. I wonder how this person generally gets into their home. Just walk all through the yard, I guess. Huh. I'm curious this is me trying to find out what the limits of her property are. Okay, well, we've got some cement. That's interesting. I bet we're going to have to sell that. I wonder why she has this little corral set up here. Maybe because people kept walking through her yard to get into that house. All right, yeah, this is the limits. And I guess this counts as sidewalk, because I can't walk on it. All right, this is some interesting makeshift flooring, or what am I looking for? Stepping stones, I guess. I think we're probably going to have to unpack this. Definitely has been doing she's been watching the home improvement shows, I think, to get these ideas for interesting little fencing, and it kind of works. But, not really my thing. This is definitely reminding me of the Emma Baker job. Come in for a cup and a good book. Okay. Let's actually see what our quests are here. Okay, definitely going to have to sell some stuff. It's a shame to have to sell this sign. I like it. I guess they're probably going to replace it with something eventually. But there's no buy listed here, so I don't remember seeing a fridge like that. I remember seeing a beaten up one over here. Man, these fridges get rusty. Okay, well, let's just go ahead and start with the trash for now. Get as much of this gone as we can. Alright. I'm wondering if we're going to be selling that. Certainly looks like it needs to be gotten rid of. See what other trash there is around here. Oh, and let's scope out the locations of these while we're at it. Okay. Yes, I'm sure I'm going to have to do some stuff up here too, although I'm not sure what yet. Let's see if there's a separate thing. Okay, this time we actually get to buy some stuff. Alright. Gonna try to scope out a good spot for that table. Maybe over on this side. Okay, let's see what else we need to clean up here. Oh, I guess we're at the end of that, so let's... Okay, now we get to buy some stuff. Oh, we gotta buy a whole bunch of tables. Figure out where those should go. Let's sell some of this stuff. Going to sell a stick. Sure, why not? I'm sure there's plenty of buyers for sticks. Okay, what was the sell button again? Here we go. Alright, yes, I can sell that. Good, because it's not very attractive. At least not when it's just lying on the beach like that. Okay, there's one more thing to sell somewhere. Not that. Let's see what we can find here to sell. That's right, I'm not going to sell the trees. Good choice. Not selling that. I should probably check this to find out. Oh yeah, I know what it is. It's that sign that I actually like and don't want to sell. Alright, well let's go ahead and sell that thing that shouldn't be sold. You just need to, hang it a little bit more neatly. Oh well. I'm sure they're going to come up with something a little bit better. But I liked that one. Okay, we have sold. Need to unpack this box. Not going to sell that. So let's see. Let's go ahead and unpack it. Oh, okay, yeah, we do get another one of those signs. You could have just, straightened up the other one. The slightly antiqued look would have been nice. Would have gone well with the whole seaside decor and with this odd chosen fencing that they've got, which is a little too colorful for my taste. When it comes to, fencing, I don't necessarily like the rainbow look. But, oh well, that's their choice. Okay. See what else we have to do over here. I definitely remember seeing something about buying extra tables. I guess this is where those go. This is not the ideal spot for a table, I wouldn't think, with all the sand underfoot, but again, if that's what they want, that's what they want. Now, I wonder where exactly this goes and that. It's going to be a little bit tight here, I would say. Although, let's see what these tables actually look like. I don't know yet what wood color I want. I think maybe I like the idea of matching it to this. It's either that, or any one of these colors. Actually, it might make sense to just sort of go with 3 different colored tables and perhaps multicolored chairs as well. So maybe, this white for the tables, and then each of the chairs will be a different one of the colors that they have in the fencing. That might work. Now, first I'm going to see if I can make this match something that exists in the general area. I think it'd be cute to make it match the house. So let's see if we can keep this in our eyesight while we pick out what we want it to be. We can either do this color or this color. I like this blue wood. It actually looks quite nice. Now, I remember in the demo being able to sort of copy colors. I'm not sure if I can do that in here. see. Don't want to sell it. I want to copy it. Maybe I should have read that flipper book, huh? Oh well. It is what it is. I have already missed that boat, so I'm just going to live with my choices. Right. Let's get back to buying and selling. Okay, let's see. Well, the base I was going with, let's try the glossy painted wood, and I'm going to go ahead and check and see if this matches. No, that's way too bright. Okay, it needs to be a slightly yellowish, brownish type of white. Where were we over here? Let's go with a painted wood instead of a glossy one, and let's do something like this. See how well that matches. That's a little bit too dark then, I think. Although that might be a different... Let's get back in here. Yeah, the base and all of this stuff, let's figure out what is what. Okay, I think this was what I was going for. I have to check the roof color. Let's see. Try that. That matches reasonably well, I'd say. Close enough. I'm going to try that one slightly redder. Okay. I wish it would save my choices here. Okay, let's go back up one. Yeah, I think I like that best. Alright, now the roof. The roof is not on fire. Let's see what else we got here. I'm trying to match that actual roof tiling, so let's go with maybe a nice gray then. Well, it might look better if I just go with the blue, because that's what most people are going to be able to see. So let's do that. And let's once again choose this. Let's see, this would be this probably. Now, I wonder if it'll let me put anything tile-like. Damaged painted wood. Oh, that could be useful, but I won't do that. We would have to go for more of a weathered look if I were doing that. Don't think I want to. Alright, well, let's just go with the blue glossy. Let's see, this is going to take some time to actually get it to let me pick what I want to here. Don't really want it to be quite as damaged looking as it is. Let's see what that looks like. That's actually not too bad. If I go with this blue wood, I think I like that. But it needs to be much bluer. And I'm going to have to repick all of my previous choices. But at least it's remembering this color here. So we got that going for us. I do like having various details that I can go with here. So let's see. Let's find out which is which. Okay, so there's that. And let me go back to the material. Don't want matte plastic. Although I guess it does kind of make sense in some senses, but too bad. I'm just going to go with what I was picturing, which is a material other than plastic. Let's just pretend that this whole thing is wood. Go with a nice stained walnut and try to match that cool bluish color I was seeing. Might be a little bit brighter than that. Let's try about here. And now once again I'm going to have to re-choose everything. That's too dark. Okay. Let's possibly consider a different wood. Let's go with maybe stained beech. And something along those lines. It's still not quite what I was hoping for. It's a little bit brighter, but that may or may not be the right wood. Let's try a couple more times. And one of these days I'll remember to go back to the wood, which is what I meant to go to. Now pine actually makes a lot of sense. Let's see what we get there. Don't think that's, well, that could be the same wood. A little bit hard to tell. It doesn't look quite like it. Yes, I am picky when it comes to wood, apparently. That is certainly true in real life. We could try the polished wood. Let's go back to the stained walnut, though. Seems plausible. Keep going a little bit lighter with that. That's not quite light enough. Possibly I'm choosing the wrong way to get back to it. But we're just going to keep going with what I've been doing. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Okay, that's a little bit too bright. Different material. Okay, let's go with the faded palette instead. That is just about right, I think. Or at least it's close enough. Not convinced it's the same wood, though. Oh, why am I so picky? Oh well. I am picky. That's just the way things are. So we're going to keep picking. Could be this polished wood. Don't think it was a stained beech. It might have been stained pine, but I don't think it's quite that either. Let's try the polished wood once again. I might have already tried that. I can't remember. That does look a little bit more like the same wood, though. Well, wrong color. Possibly the right wood. Let's look at a different sample of the wood. If I can find one. Okay, yeah, that is the same wood. Alright, we just gotta fix the color a little bit. Needs to be, or at least have a little bit of added red to it. Will you please let me back in here? Thank you. There is still going to be a little bit of plastic, I think. So we're going to match that brighter blue up there. Okay. Going to keep working on this, and I need to remember to readjust those as well. Okay, but let's get the actual correct color for the wood. We were going with the polished wood, and this blue needs to be a little bit redder, purpler. Oh wait, that got very bright. Did I miss something? I think I missed something. I missed the part where it was a slightly lighter color. Alright, back to the polished wood, and let us pick our way over to here. That looks like the match that I was hoping for. We're very close to it. It might be a little bit brighter, but that's alright. Now let's try one more pickiness here. Okay, I need to go over to the wood, polished wood, and we did this last time. I could either do this, or I could fade the color out even more. I think this might be the match. Okay, that's the match for that. Now I have to redo that, and redo that, and redo that. And, well, while we're picking, let's go ahead and picky this particular color. We need to approximate that bright blue that's on the... That needs to be just a shade darker or brighter or both. We're narrowing it down at least here. Okay, we're going with the matte plastic, and what was I doing here? Yeah, I needed to get over to the color again. Okay. I think this is what I tried before. We could either do this, or we could go over here. Let's try that one first. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay. Now I'm hoping it'll remember that color when I redo the rest of it. Because I think we had picked out everything here, although I've already forgotten what I picked for the roof. So let's see. Okay, for the base was the roof, I think. Or no, yeah, this was the base. Okay. So we had the painted wood, and it has forgotten that color. It was this color, though. Alright, we had the painted wood there. We fixed that. Let's figure out again what we were doing for the roof. Kind of like the idea of it being actually a wood tone roof, but I don't think that quite works. So I will maybe go with... Shall we go back with the plastic? Well, let's pick out the rest of them and go from there. Wait, how do I get back again? Why am I being stupid? All right. Well, we have picked what we have picked. What were we going to do? Okay, at least let me get out of there. We'll figure out something in a second, but we've figured out these other things. Okay, it was that, and we need to pick out the color, which was, I think, the brighter one of these. I hope I'm remembering correctly. And the detail C was the one that I was going to make wood, polished wood, and I think it was this guy, I hope. Now let's change the roof. I think I like the idea of it being maybe matching this. I think that's what I was doing. But let's see. I need to paint it. Not black. And that's looking not how I had intended it to look. Now maybe it does need to be plastic. So let's go back over to the plastics, which are here. Alright, matte plastic, and that color was that. That should make it a little bit easier to match. Alright. That's not, well, is that it? Maybe. Let's take a look at it and hope we remembered everything correctly. Okay, that is what I was going for, but I'm not as convinced that I'm going to like it. Got the nice wood matching. I think perhaps we will make the roof more of this pine wood that is supporting the floor here. Okay. Oh no, we've got to redo all of that. Ugh. Alright, let's go ahead and do this one first this time. We are going to make that wood. Perhaps not the light cedar because that's not the correct one. This is what I was going for. Let us change the style. Okay. Now the reason I'm getting a little bit more familiar with this particular interface is because I've been messing around with the sandbox stuff, and soon there will definitely be a video about that. Alright, let's pick this out. That's actually pretty much exactly what I was looking for, so let's keep going with that and let us put back all the other stuff where it's supposed to be yet again. And for some reason it actually kept that in place. Huh, weird. Nice, but weird. Okay, painted wood. That's one part of the interface that I definitely don't have memorized yet, so I'm going to see if I can maintain that. Okay, now the detail C, I think, was the one that I was doing as a wood. Maybe. Yes, okay. That was the polished wood. And the problem is going to be refinding the shade that I had picked out. Ooh. Let's try that. Okay, now this was going to stay plastic, and the color was this. Maybe. I think I had gone up to the brighter. Okay. That seems reasonable. Let me take a look at it. I think that's about what I was going for. It's got some wood. It's got some plastic. That should all work out pretty nicely, I'm hoping. Okay. That seems like it's a decent match to the house. Not quite happy with the roof, but I think that that's going to be my best bet. I don't want to have it completely blued up. There's wood nearby where this is going to be. Now, where should we actually position this? The kids won't necessarily need to be underneath the umbrella because they're going to have the shade of the roof of the house. Although if they're over here, there's still a little bit of additional shade from this tree. So let's go with this, perhaps. Looks kind of like a doghouse when I've got it over here. Well, maybe it was intended as a doghouse for all I know. Okay. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and plonk that down, and I can just reposition it as needed. Because we need some tables out here. Yeah, I'm not entirely happy with having it there in doghouse position. But, oh well, we'll leave it for the second. Let's get back to these tables that we're supposed to produce for her. And I was going over for quests. Alright. Rocking toy. That really doesn't look all that entertaining. Although, hey, maybe it's more fun than it looks. I'm not a 5-year-old child anymore, so, no. I think I'm going to make it blue and white-ish again. I'm going to call that antique white. See if we can remember what wood color we had. Did I go with the darker one? Who knows? I think I might have mismatched this wood. No, that actually looks pretty decent. Alright, so we could go with something like that, although I forgot the part where I was going to do the thing with the words. Alrighty, where were we here? Okay. Yeah, the details was what I was going to change to the bluish. I might have actually remembered. Yeah, it remembered correctly. Okay. Now I want the base to be painted wood with my 5 down pick there. And I don't know if I need to be all matchy-matchy. This does look like the kind of thing that would be made of wood rather than plastic, although I see good points both ways. Might be better to do it in plastic, especially with all the kids' handprints all over it, so yeah, I'm going with plastic. Now, how was it that I managed to avoid going through picking everything out again before? That's gonna bug me. I'll just have to experiment and find out. Okay, I believe the expression is bleep around and find out. Let's do some of that. Let's go over to plastic, matte plastic, and I want these to be reasonably light colored. I'm going to match it to the house still, even if it's in plastic. See if that... Wait. I picked the colors. What are you doing to me? Okay. Well, fine, be that way. Alright. Rocking toy, yet again. Playground, I want to do it this way, I think. If I feel like it, I can add a few extra playground implements. But I don't know if there's going to be enough room in this small enclosure. Let's see what else they've got anyway. Playground sandbox. Seesaw. Trampoline. Trampoline. Merry-go-round. Climbing wall. Swings. And a slide. Yeah. Definitely do some stuff with this. Not gonna right now, but I could. Okay. Now, will you actually remember all my choices when I have to get out and check everything again? Maybe so, maybe no. Okay, we're going with the matte plastic. And I would like to pick the color now. Thank you. Let's try for this. Seems legit. And the base was... We're switching it over to plastic. And that's actually remembering the color that I picked out, so at least there's that. Yeah, that kind of works. And I keep hitting shift when I'm just so used to having that as a feature. I hadn't realized how addicted I'd gotten to it until I switched over to this game. I definitely was having that same problem when I was playing Fallout 4. That shift key was just super useful, and I missed it greatly when I lost it. Maybe I should put this little house right there, because there's not really a whole bunch of use for that anyway. And now, since this is not this spot doesn't really need to be in shade. I could scooch this over a tad. I think I'm going to do that if it'll let me. All right, yeah, let's scooch it over to about here. I see practical uses for that, although it's going to depend on the time of day anyway. But that means, a greater chance of things being in shade at any time of day within this enclosure. So let's, go about there. Okay. Now we need to buy a whole bunch of tables, so let's do that. All right. Now I think my plan was to make the tables white and then the chairs multicolored. Ooh, I could have a tablecloth. That kind of makes sense. Maybe go with the smaller ones. Now what color should have the tablecloth be? Well, I see pluses and minuses with the tablecloth because there's going to be spills, so I think I'm going to leave the tablecloth off. Alrighty, base, top, details. The details would be this wire. The top would be the top, and the base would be the legs. So, well, let's start with the boring, which is going to be the white top. Let's have some glossy painted wood. Well, that's a little bit too... Not sure that I want that much texture to it. Yeah, let's not do that. And of course I have to go through this interface again. There needs to be a good "let me check it" button. Alright. Something polished is what we're going for, but with less grain. Let's see what other materials we have. Well, let's not make it cork. Let's not make it damage painted wood, so I think my materials are wood. Okie dokie then. So I guess I will go with the glossy painted wood. And if we're picking this as our white, we're going to stick with that. For the base, do I have any choices? Well, I can't choose anything other than wood or wood or wood, so we're going to go with wood. How's that sound? We have some polished wood down here, I guess. Well, I could either go with the same blue that I found from the house, or I could just stick with the same thing that I did for the top, which is probably a better idea. So let's go with the glossy painted wood in this, and we can stick with the same details. It'll be a bit of a match for the base of this. Not crazy about this brown here, but don't think I have any choice about that one. We can just be kind of boring with how we set out these tables. Set them out near here, although I see problems with setting that right there. It's not quite what I meant to do, so let's see. I want them to be able to have fun with both of these in one zone, but I also want these tables to be a little bit better spaced so that they're not right up here and closing off the exit. So I definitely see problems with that. So we could perhaps do it a little bit more like this. No, that's still a problem. We got this in the way. Right, well, I don't necessarily need to figure out the exact layout right this second, but I would still like to. This is just taking up too much space. But if I remove it from the enclosure, it will probably not go well for me. So, let's try slapping that over there. I'm going to set these out a little bit more. There's not a ton of room up here. Not if you want your little play zone. I don't want to separate these two too much because I have a feeling that would result in kids just running back and forth. So if I have this house here, this play whatever it is over here, we're going to be zooming back and forth and disturbing the entire area. So it's much better to have them all squashed into one little area there. And I want them to be visible for the parents. I want them to be very easy to supervise there. They'll have their little, I wonder if it'll let me open these. Yeah, because I want to make sure that they can open that up, which I don't think they'd be able to do on this side. So let's scooch this. Oh, get out of my way. Just because I chose wrongly as to when I would pick this up. Don't hold me responsible for my own actions here. What are you thinking? It's not the kind of thing we do nowadays. Okay, that's gonna fit. Alright. Then this can be scooched over here. Doesn't have to be all perfect and perpendicular. Okay, so that's their little noise zone. This can be scooched out over here. So this is where the parents are going to hang out. And hopefully they will be a buffer for the noise. We don't have to have these perfectly lined up. We can do something more along these lines. But people are going to have to be able to get around them, so let's go ahead and bust out the chairs one of these minutes. These folks could be a little bit scooched over there. Let's see how the chairs fit now. Now those are that's the wrong chair to choose for this situation, I would say. But I'm stuck with it. Oh, yeah, okay, we were going to try to match this wood or that wood. I don't know which color we'll be going with. I think that I will try to contrast the colors. So over here would be, well, one of these blues or the purple. Purple might work over here. So let's do a purple and a, what shall I call that? Teal, maybe. Do the purple and the teal over here. Let's see, what wood do we think that is? I guess that's probably the same polished wood. Oh no, I'm going to have to do some color matching here again. Ugh. It's relatively bright. Let's go over there and look at the actual purple that we've got. We're going to ignore this horrible upholstery for the moment. Okay, I'm going to try to get out there so that I can see what color purple we have. Definitely a very bright color. It's not going to let me do what I want to. I'm going to have to keep going back and forth. Ugh, I don't like that. Perhaps I should just move this or just be content with this. All right, that's close enough. So let us choose the base, polished wood, need a much brighter shade of purple. Maybe this. It's looking a little too polished, honestly. But it does match reasonably well, so let's go with that. Now we get to figure out what color we want the upholstery. We've certainly got plenty to choose from. Not that we have to choose any of those. And I need to keep in mind that this umbrella also has its own color, so I should probably pay some attention to matching this umbrella as well. Don't think I'm going to put too much effort into that one. We already have too many colors going on here. Okay, let's see. We got to repick this out. It's very annoying, but at least I remember the color that I had picked out. I would like it to not be one of these obnoxious patterns, but some sort of pattern might make sense. That's got possibilities. Let's see, I don't really know what her color themes are. I can always come back out here and fix it. Or I could steer myself away from a color Okay, well, the material is going to be something easy to clean is what I'm thinking. Is there anything easier to clean? Let's see. Patched fabric. Interesting. What have we got there? Huh. Well, let's go with actual fabric. Go with striped suede. I want to really not have a pattern, honestly. Okay, yeah, I could just go with something like this if I don't want a pattern. Not sure yet if I do. You know what? I'm going to wait on this. I'm going to go inside and get some vague inkling as to her style. Well, the hearts, got that going for us. Not sure if that's what they're going for the outside, but this will give me a little bit more of a inkling as to what she's into in terms of patterns. Okay, lots and lots of posters. That does kind of make sense in the situation. Of course, I haven't really checked yet what she wants me to do in here. But, let's see. Still very colorful. They do like lots and lots of color in this game. See what we have up here. Cute little loft area. Presumably there's a bedroom, or at least one. Okay. Definitely going for some of the wallpaper choices. Do love having all this interesting roof line inside. Ceiling line, whatever you call it. I know there's a term, I just don't know what it is, or I can't remember it if I do. It's still me just trying to check out what her generalized taste is. She's not really telling me to sell anything up here, so that tells me something. Oh, I take that back. There's furniture that I need to sell, but it doesn't look like there's going to be much redecorating. Let's see what furniture again. Okay, she's not selling any of the patterned stuff, so I can at least take some cue from that. See and hear what she's selling. Buying a new bed, double bed. Okay. That is it for rooms up here. Unless I was missing a bathroom. I was probably missing a bathroom. Okay. That's a pretty cute bathroom. Still not a fan of pink, but, you know, it works in here. Okay. See what else we've got down here. Surely there's something else. Public bathroom. Public other bathroom. I guess, yeah, that makes sense. All right. So much pink in the world. Okay. That's slightly obnoxious. I bet that's one of the, well, I guess we don't have to sell that. Let's find out for sure. Yeah, we do have to sell that. That's a bit of a relief. Okay. Oh yeah, I was going to see if I could figure out how to arrange this furniture such that it doesn't get spilled on. Might be a bit of a trick. It's a little bit tight quarters in there, but, you know, I think it will probably work out. What was I going in there for? I think I was just going in there to check for the patterns, see what we should do. All right, well, I guess we can be a little bit obnoxious. Let me see again what she's selling. Definitely selling at least one thing with patterns, but looks like a lot of the patterns will be kept in here. So, let's keep looking. Gonna be nosy just a little bit, but I think I'm gonna reserve my nosiness for when I'm inside. There's not tons and tons to be nosy about here. I've already criticized some of her design choices, but decided they're not any of my business. So let's go on to the part where we plonk down some chairs. I think I'm going to scooch this a little bit closer to the fence. maybe put a little bit of thought into actually centering stuff a little bit better. Because I do enjoy centering things. Apparently it's one of my biggest hobbies when it comes to this kind of a game. This needs to be aligned a little bit better here. Let's get it closer to this so we can tell. Let me pick you back up. Alrighty. This needs to go over a little bit more. Not going to fuss too much about how this is set up though, because I'm assuming that people would just be moving these tables around, scooching them around frequently. Mostly I just want to be sure that I've got enough space for seating, which is going to be pretty tight now that I'm looking at it. This is definitely too tight for my taste, so let's keep scooting this. So we could have one chair here, here, and then either here, or here actually makes a little bit better sense for that table. But I don't think I want it here because then people would be having to scooch behind them. So we'll just sort of go bit by bit. Just assume that they're going to be moving their chairs around anyway. And of course, it's probably long since forgotten what I chose. Oh, okay. All right, so we were considering what type of fabric we should use for this. I was hoping for something perhaps leather, or at least pleather. Let's see, but there is no such thing. But that's kind of a cool fabric. Just got to find the right actual color for it. Now we could stick with the extremely purple colorway. Boy, that's extremely purple. Yeah, I do like the fabric, but I'm not crazy about the color. I guess maybe I will try a little bit of the old pattern. Let's go back to the quilted fabric though, because I did like the way that was looking. Let's try the actual patterns. Something a little bit obnoxious. I'm fine with obnoxious. Oop, didn't mean to select whatever I just selected. That could kind of work, but I need to keep in mind that there's already a pattern with the quilted. So we should probably keep this a little bit less obnoxious. But the zigzags kind of work. That might also kind of work, but I don't think it would mesh with the pattern of the quilting. See if I can find some wider stripes. These are pretty identical as stripes go, at least from this distance. See, a lot of this stuff is just going to fight with the already present pattern. That might kind of work. Let's be a little bit more obnoxious with this color. Wait, that's not what I meant to do. Darn it, let's get back over here. What was it? This. I wanted it to be a different color than it is. Okay, yeah, that's right. I need to just scroll all the way down. So we could go with the bright purple for that one spot. See if this works. That is obnoxious, but it's obnoxious in a way that I can probably stand. I think I'm going to go with a slightly different shade of purple for the upholstery, though. Alright, quilted fabric. And I was going with, where are you? This. I need to change this to, let's see. Doesn't have to be the exact same color, though. What if I were to go orange with it? That would be obnoxious. Which is not always a bad thing. Let's go ahead and pick out or see if I can retrieve that wood that I chose. Or we can go, let's just do that for the moment. And we are trying to get back to the part where I can choose some wood. Hi. How do I get back there? Oh, come on. Okay, we're getting there. All right. This is me still trying to figure out how to get back to where I was with this. Which is that. Boy, that sure is bright and obnoxious. But I think I like the slightly lighter purple shade for the fabric. It looks less obnoxious when it's not in the bright sunlight. So I will stick with that. I really wish I could tuck those under the chair. Under the table. And also I wish I could center them. But this is going to have to work for the moment. I can just, be OCD in a different way. Now I was thinking of doing, let's see, I was going to combine these two. I was going to use this teal, turquoise, whatever you want to call it, for the other chair, which is also going to be in bright sunlight, so it's going to look very obnoxious. I think I'm going to pick out the color sort of right here-ish. I can see a little bit of both. Okay. So let us change this color to something teal-like. And this we can likewise change to something teal-like. Was this what we were going for? So we will go for a kind of lighter shade of this, maybe. See how that works. I need to compare it with this. I'm trying to mimic this. That back, see, the chair is a little bit too, or definitely too dark, but a little bit too blue. So I think I will switch that around a bit. The base needs to be perhaps that. I think that's a pretty good match. Alright, that'll work. Let me out. Okay. And we will not hold shift this time. Scooch that up there as best I can. Let's see. Scooching that up there. I'm mostly just making sure that I can get everybody in and out of their tables. They can get out from either side, and people can still get past them. This one's going to be a little bit tougher. They won't be able to get out over here. I think I'm going to scooch these guys just a little bit closer to the house there. Go about 1 grid's worth. Of course, I could use a precise placement there, but oh well. Maybe later. But probably not. Okay, so they're not really allowed to get out that way, but I don't think they'll necessarily need to. These folks will need to, but I'm going to scooch this a little bit further up here. If there's chairs there, people should be able to still scooch past them. Okay, so we've got our purple and teal match here. What are some nice complementary blends I can do over here? So we're still trying to get this orange, yellow, green, actual blue, light blue. So we've got those and those. Alright, let's say we do the The orange and the blue together. And, well, I don't want to do those two together. So, we could do the yellow and the blue and the orange and the green. It's vaguely close to complementary, although it's not really quite there, but at least it's nice and contrasty. So let's say we do the blue and yellow, not over here because I don't want the blue and the blue together, so that means that this is the orange and the green over here. And here will be the blue and the yellow. Okay. Let's go ahead and get a start on that. So we're going to do the navy blue instead of the light blue. That might at least help a little bit. So the yellow chair will go there. Let's match up this yellow with something yellow. Let's go ahead and see if I picked correctly the first time. It looks like I might have. Weird. Alrighty, so there's that. Double check it. Is that as close as I can get? Look at it from out here. Yeah, I think that might be a match. And let's get some nice obnoxious yellow on the seat. Where was that shade? Though I don't have to go with the exact same one. Let's try doing that, which is what I was aiming for. Thank you very much. Might be a little too light, but it kind of works. Still think I might go one shade darker, or brighter as the case may be. Let's try the really bright. That's some school bus yellow right there. It's a little too obnoxious for me. I didn't pick that one, but do what I tell you to do. That looks pretty identical. Wait, where'd you go? Alrighty. So we have this. Yeah, see, that's the school bus yellow I thought I had already. Let's switch back down to the slightly lighter school bus yellow. School bus yellow or slightly lighter school bus yellow? Well, let's go with the school bus yellow. Or we could go with a slightly darker school bus yellow, which is, again, pretty much the same color. Well, let's go with the brightest school bus yellow. Because it all looks the same to me anyway. I'm sure it's different, but I would have to pick out a whole bunch of different chairs, spend a whole bunch of extra money buying them all. So I'm not gonna. I'm gonna move straight over to the, what were we doing here? The navy-ish. Might need to be a little bit brighter. Okay. This is a little bit tedious, but let's see. Now, where was what I had picked out as matching that before? I should probably go straight to the wood rather than straight to the fabric. Okay. Oh, wow, funky. I didn't realize what I was doing. I was painting the wood. Okay, cool. I have not tried that yet. I don't like it, but it's still cool. Okay. And apparently it's purple. Yeah, I would like this to be a material that is wood. We're still trying to match that other stuff. This is going to need to be a color. Let's try for, well, that's not the right color. I think we've already learned our lesson on that before. Yeah, that's about what I was aiming for. Are you too blue? Too reddish of a blue, I should say. You are. Okay, let's go back in here and select the one above it. That's a pretty good match. And I don't think I want that yellow to go with that. Although it does actually go pretty well. But let's try it with a different color. stick with the theme that I have already managed to put in place. Okay. Change this around to a nice obnoxious mid blue. That kind of works. I'm going with a bright fabric. Good enough. That is also good enough. Okay. Now I can still get around these people. So what were we doing over here? The orange and the green. Which I don't want the orange with the orange, but that's what's going to happen. Alrighty then. Now we have the orange. It's going to be a bit of a struggle to pick that one out. It's probably the brighter. It's a little bit redder. I actually kind of like that color. Looks yellower in real life, but that is going to work. That is going to annoy the crap out of the parrots. So they get to have their chairs scooched a bit differently than the rest. We're going to do one chair here and one chair here. That might actually kind of work. Let's just see what we wind up with. I think I'm going to scoot this table even more so there can be a chair back behind here. And I'm going to remember to change the seat to orange. Did we go with the brightest thing? Ooh, stop doing that. Whenever I have... this is the fabric that I've actually picked out, and this is the one that's highlighted, so it's definitely picked out. But the second that I move my mouse up to here, it just, it goes over the other stuff, and it fools me into thinking that I've accidentally picked something else. That's annoying. But I don't really see a way around it either, so, I think we're just stuck with annoying. Okay, let's see. Deselect, please. And we're going to just scooch you over here and pretend that that is what I intended to do the whole time. I'm going to scooch you over here. You get to be slightly trapped. But the children are small. They can fit back behind there. And the adult can just, move them out of the way as the adult tries to walk past. Trying to pick up the chair, thank you. Thank you very please. Alrighty, that's still pretty tight. Ugh. I'm gonna move this over a little bit more. Don't really need to, but I'm gonna. I'm going to give up on centering this. I don't really need to scooch that over too much. The room is not really necessary over there. It's over there that we need to find some more room. So let us unscooch and rescooch. And maybe give up on tugging this too much behind there. And go ahead and scoot this back out a bit. The main problem, though, is I'm worried that it's going to be difficult for these folks to get back here. But I'm also thinking that I don't really necessarily need that much more space. The server can come here if they need to. I'm not sure if she's going to be doing the outside service herself like that. This can scoot just a little bit more over here. She's still going to be able to scoot back her chair, or his chair. Now, how did I have that? Yeah, this wound up being scooched much more forward than I thought it was. Let's try for that. I am still centering things a little bit. Alright, well, now it is time for a green chair. So let's just stop moving furniture around until we get the green chair in play. Okay, we've got this. Try for the correct obnoxious green. I think I might have picked it out pretty close first try, but it's actually a little too bright. So let's go with one fading shade. Oh, come on. Rich. Let's try that. That looks like the correct green, so let's go over here and pick out the fabric. It needs to be, I think it works better as the pure. Oh yeah, we're going with a pattern now. Over here. And we could have done all gray, but I don't think I want to. I think I like the obnoxiousness. It's not a thing that I often say, but I like the obnoxiousness for this. Let's go with the one shade obnoxiouser. Down here. Yep, that should work. Good enough. Okay. Now let's check out how easy it is to get back and forth here. And that seems doable. Kids can get back there, the parents can get back there. Other guests don't really need to get back there. And that should work out pretty well. I would normally be all OCD and make these chairs face the same way, but that doesn't work under the situation because that would be too tight back here and really hard to get past for anyone else coming in, so we're going to leave it as is. I could scoot this a little bit further that away. But, I'll just go with it for the moment. Well, I am tempted to scooch it at least a little bit. But those are lined up so nicely, I think. Let's find out. Let's see what this is aligned to. It's centered on that. That's centered in the same way. So, OCD satisfied for the moment. And oh yeah, I need to buy some for up here. Goodness. Alright. 2 each. But I'm running out of color combinations here. Okay, we've got the green and the orange. We've got the yellow and the dark blue. We still have a light blue to match up. Got, let's see, how many colors do we have total? I think we've got 6 wood colors here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I want to be appropriately obnoxious. And sort of figure out where the tables should go. I don't want to block off the route into the bookshop. So it does kind of make sense to have the tables over here. Don't really expect them to need to go down here, although perhaps the customers are welcome to this area. But this is where I'm supposed to buy the tables for. So they'll want me to stay up on the porch. People keep coming to the door here. Alright, let's see. Let's go ahead and pick out the tables. Do pretty much the same that we did down here. Wonder if it will still keep my... Not really. Okay, what were we going with? The polished wood in that color. The top the same. Now it's painted. Now we're going with the... Oh, now I can't remember what I went with down there. I think it was that. And the details... I think we were sticking with whatever was already selected, but down here that was the black, wasn't it? Yeah, that looks like the black. Okay. So let us go with the black iron. Don't really want to have to go compare and contrast, darn it. Oh well. I think I'll just go with that. That looks appropriate. So we're not going to do a table up here. We're going to do both tables back here. I do want people to be able to use those stairs if needed. So let's... this is tight. Tighter than I would like. Don't want the person sitting up here to feel like they're about to fall down the stairs. And I do want them to be able to form a group if needed. Well, don't want either to feel like they're falling off the stairs. Let's maybe go somewhere in this region. Not able to line it up with the with the wood down there. That's kind of a shame. You know how I like lining things up. Okay, so if there's a chair here, it's feeling tight. Those are lined up with the fencing at least. My OCD hurts. Okay, now what are we going to do for these chair colors? Need one light blue. We're going with the polished wood in various obnoxious colors. Got the light blue to still match. Seems like I guessed correctly the first time. Weird. Alrighty. I think the light blue makes a little bit of sense over here. It doesn't feel quite so vertiginous. We're going with the same thing here. We were in the light blue realm of the colors. That would be something like that. I could swear I selected the wood color. I might be just derping. Still can't remember how I get back to being able to select the wood. How do I get there? No, that's not it. Ooh. Not what I meant to do anyway. Okay, let's just do it that way. Okay, we still have our proper cloth selected, or it claims to be selecting it. So what I did there was I hit the benches and chairs and then reselected that. And it looks like it's remembered enough of what I was going for. Not sure if that's quite the right obnoxious blue though. So let's go back and do it. By the way, the reason that the reason that I keep not actually buying it and trying it each time is because when I do that, I'm spending money. I don't think that I will get all my money back if I just sell it. Haven't actually tested it yet, but don't want to waste the budget if I don't have to. Anyway, we're going one step less obnoxious with the color. Possibly I should go one step darker with the color instead. I think I might try that. Okay. Go back to the obnoxious color range and just go skosh darker. Stop doing that. It's so... It gets me each time. Well, we went with the darker and more obnoxious. I'm just going to stick with it. Okay, now what color do we want over here? So we still need to rely on these colors for our color choices. Well, I still choose to rely on these colors for my color choices. Okay, I want to keep the yellow away from the actual yellow wood. Alright, so let's just go with the yellow for this. But it's selecting the wrong fabric for me, so I am going to need to sell that chair. Let's see. Yeah, that's the wrong fabric. Let me see if I've done that or made that mistake elsewhere. Not yet, not yet. Okay, this is the correct fabric. So let's go back up here and sell this one. Now, I bought it for 61, so 464. Let's... Okay, I can sell it for the exact same amount. That is a relief. Okay. So now let's pick the correct fabric, which is the quilted fabric. And I'm going to try to remember that I can actually buy and sell without wasting money. Okay. Now this is what I had intended. Well, I should check the math. 525, 464, 64 plus 61 is 525. Okay, yeah. So I am not out any money if I just have to rebuy it. That's great relief. Let's see if we can find the color of the wood here. It's just we need a different color. Let's see. I think that we wound up going with, what was the wood color? Maybe that. Let's go back and rematch this. Okay, yeah, that was the correct color. Let's match this chair yellow. I think I went with the school bus yellow, the medium school bus yellow, instead of the slightly darker or slightly lighter school bus yellow, because they all looked alike to me. I could actually buy a whole bunch and figure out whether or not there's actually any difference, but I'm not going to bother with that, I don't think. At least not yet. Especially since yellow is my least favorite color. Okay. So that kind of works, but boy, it's going to be a little bit tight when there's two people sitting here. I have managed to not have this table scooted into proper position. So, come on, I'm trying to cancel you. There we go. Alright, that might give me just a tiny skosh more space. Now, what color would look good against that? What are our options? Not going to do that color, and not going to do that color. Could do the purple here. Don't hate that color combination. So purple against yellow, purple against teal. That works in both cases. And then what did I put opposite the purple over here? So I think this time I'll put the orange opposite to the purple. So let's go ahead and get back over there. The wood should be obnoxious. This shade, I think. Maybe this shade. Let's try that real quick. Against this purple, because we have it right here. I think that I need to be a little bit darker with it. But I think it is the proper obnoxious purple. Speaking of which, let's get this to a proper obnoxious purple. Try to figure out which one we used before. I have to be consistent with my obnoxiousness. I think I went for a slightly lighter obnoxious. A little soupçon of obnoxious. Apparently I enjoy saying the word obnoxious. Alright, that's going to have to work. Those chairs look like they match reasonably well. And we were going with the orange over here, which is, I guess, more of a coral. I think I went with a lighter shade, didn't I? Let's get it over here next to this other. Yeah. It's lighter and or... Okay, yeah. I was going to say it's lighter and or richer, but it turns out to just be lighter. Now, while we're here, we can match this color. I think I went with something along those lines. I think yeah, maybe that is the correct one. That looks about right, so let's get up here. And we're going with that. I'm going to take another moment to be relieved that I could just sell this if I wanted to. Okay, people can go up and down the stairs. Although someone is lounging back at the actual table, can I still get past them? Boy, that's not ideal. But I'm thinking, if need be, they can just make it work. They're only allowed to scoot their chair out about that far. People can still get past them. Boy, this is just tight up here. There's no two ways about it. I'm trying to figure out what a good alternative might be. I want people to be able to use these back stairs, as well as these. And I don't want them to feel like they're falling off, but maybe that's what we're going to have to go with. They can just kind of feel like they're falling off there a little bit. Moving that 2 clicks down towards the back stairs. Meaning this guy goes 1 click down. Alright, that's a little bit better. And if they scoot back a good ways, they're still, in actuality, not in any real danger of falling down the back stairs. It's more just they might kind of feel like it. But, you know, I'm putting way too much thought into this. Okay, so we've finished out all of these quests. We've bought all the things. Have we bought all the things out here? We've sold all the things and trashed all the things. This is where we needed to buy things, and we have done that. So, alright. Maybe time to go inside now. And see what we can nosy our way into here. Okay. There's no quest for this room. Not really much scope for nosiness over here. There are 2 coats. Well, and I had figured that there would be 2 people here. Although neither of them is actually present right now, so let's see what we can find out here. Children from the Swing Hills. Ooh, I can read it too. Front cover, Pier S. Volpino, Children from Swing Hills. Back cover, a memoir from summers spent among the hills, listening to the stories told by children playing under the big tree. Happy Raccoon Publishing. I'm sure it's very much to someone's taste. Now we have books full of navy blue and light blue and green. And we have a whole bunch of illegibles. Boy, that must be a popular book. It's in all sorts of different covers and everything. Let's see if I can ledge the cover. Illegible. Just a regular book. NPC. Okay, yeah, that makes sense as the author of Illegible. NPC. Nice. We have the pink illegibles and the purple illegibles, which are much shorter. Let's see if there's any difference to any of these covers. No, I think it's still just a regular book. Good to know. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of just a regular books in here. Let's see if there's anything worth reading on this. Pinnacle Fisheries. The Origins of Pinnacove. Admission free. Permanent exhibition. Open weekdays, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sundays, 2:30 to 6. Alright, good to know. Pinnacle Fisheries. The evolution and development of fishing boats. 20th century photography. We've already made ourselves familiar with that. Paris. Ooh. And then we have The Mewing Stones. Yes, we've seen those before. Venice, Krakow. Okay. Now we have the book club, meeting every Sunday at Frog and Crawfish Bookshop Cafe. New location. All right. We have a lot of familiar posters up on the walls. We have seen all them things. Well, I think Shattered might be new. But Venus Rising, The Muse, that's very familiar from the previous game. Lover in the River, and what's the name of this again? I'm definitely familiar with it, but yeah, House by the Sea. All right, that's definitely also from the first game. Is there anything else here to be read? There's something down here that I could read. I like reading things. Front cover, emergency number 123-123-4567. Pinnacle Report, information booklets for tourists, page 9. Your only source of news. There is literally nothing else. Ooh, we have the elusive Bessie. And again, Mr. Crawfish's secret crawfish recipe, which I am still highly uncomfortable with. Ew. Mr. Cannibal's secret human eating recipe. That sounds great. Breaking records. The biggest deaf gathering in Pinnacove's history, photobombed by a stray raccoon. Those raccoons, yeah. A moment of celebration interrupted by vermin. Sources say it was not told about the photo shoot. You gotta do what you gotta do to get in there, you know? The raccoon. Hanging by a thread. Tourism. Best fishing spots, page 21. Politics. Labradoodling up the polls. Lifestyle. Bring your cat to work day, page 14. Visit our brand new shop, 15 Pinna Square, Pinnacove, FD. And I finally did figure out, by the way, that FD stands for Frozen District, because, duh, you know. All right, back cover, Exenzo in harmony with nature. Plus 0012345678212021. Info@exenzo.com, exenzo.com. 37 Pinnacove Square, Pinnacove FD 51209. Eco-conscious design. Real estate for sale. Call us for more information. 123-555-8888. You know, speaking of which, I am very curious what kinds of houses I'll be allowed to buy when I'm finally allowed to buy houses in here. That's kind of exciting. I would love to see that. But we have at least one more thing we can read here. Front cover, Moda, Jasper Hoffman, historian, heir, entrepreneur. I guess this is one of those lifestyle magazines. Back cover, Moda, your life, your style, your Moda. Yep, I'm going to go with lifestyle magazine. Alrighty, what have we got over here? More illegibles. Some orange books. Books full of orange. Oh, The Many Adventures of Traveling Frog. Let's see what we can read here. Front cover, Pierre Espalpino. He writes a lot of books. The Many Adventures of Traveling Frog. Back cover, I'm going on an adventure, croaked Frog on their way to join the pack of garden gnomes. How many frogs are there? Happy Raccoon Publishing. Okay, let's see what else we've got here. I can't tell yet. Front cover. Okay, yeah, we've seen this one before. 101 uses for dough, tomatoes, and basil. Back cover. Seriously, all you need is dough, tomatoes, and basil, with no use for pineapple. Oh, come on. Don't take that stance. I am one of the pineapple on pizza people. You are just wrong. You have never actually tried pineapple on pizza. Pineapple goes beautifully with ham, and it goes beautifully with pepperoni, I might add. You just need that little bit of extra flavor in there. It's a wonderful thing. Just actually try it before you decide you hate it. You know, try it with the ham, try it with the pepperoni, try it even with the cheese. It works beautifully. You know, maybe you don't want the tomatoes with it. That's fine. There are alternatives to tomato when it comes to pizza, although it all works together beautifully. I just had some last night. It was so good that I wanted to eat way more than I should have. And I didn't eat the way more than I should have, and I'm proud of myself. But it was really good. You don't need tons and tons of pineapple. You just need a few little bits here and there, and the taste works wonderfully. So all of you people who hate pineapple on pizza without ever having tried it, there's something wrong with you. You need to actually try it before you hate it. If you try it and hate it, that's okay. But at least give it a shot. Mamma Mia Publishing. And there are a lot of books in here to read, and I'm going to read every last one of them. At least whatever there is to be read that we haven't already read. So we've already read Frogs, Crawfish, and Beavers, Oh My, I think. Let's make sure. Yeah, we have read that already. Okay. In a previous video, which if you have missed that one, just go back and check the playlist. All right. So anyway, let's take a look at some of these other ones. We have Nap in a Sun Patch. Let's read that one. Front cover, best-selling author of Mold, Frida Moore. Oh, we have a new author. How odd. Nap in a Sun Patch. Back cover. In her second book, the bestseller author Frida Moore takes the reader on a breathtaking journey to self-discovery through contact with nature. Who needs a life coach when you have an iguana or any other pet companion? Happy Raccoon Publishing. Well, I do enjoy, naps in sunlight, although not so much anymore because I'm old enough to realize that there's a whole lot of bugs out there, and I don't really enjoy having them crawl all over me when I'm trying to nap. But other than that, still not really the kind of book that I would curl up with, but hey, you do you. Okay, we've got more of this. Let us find out what the first best-selling book by Frida Moore is about. Front cover. Sometimes you have to leave a part of yourself behind when you want to move forward. Molt by Frida Moore. Back cover. Molt is a powerful tale of love, loss, and acceptance. Follow young Ignatia on her journey towards adulthood, brilliantly juxtaposed with scenes from the world of nature. Happy Raccoon Publishing. They are a little bit obsessed with nature here in Pinnacle. That's okay. I don't really have any objection to that. And I spend a lot of time outside looking at nature, but still, they seem to center a whole lot of things around it here. Okay. Let's see what other books we can get our noses into. There's books full of green, books full of blue, books full of yellow, books full of illegibility. And there's got to be at least one more new book that I can read. I see something over here. Check that in a second. I want to exhaust this bookshelf. But it appears to be all basically illegible. I'm going to close this door just so I can see what's over here. Oh, Easier Than a Cake Mix. All right. Front cover. Easier Than a Cake Mix. The baking book for everyone. With this cookbook, baking is a piece of cake. Ha ha. Back cover. On a Hook Publishing. But it didn't tell me who wrote it. I object. And we have the same. This. Okay. Children from Swing Hill, we've already read that. Illegible, we have already failed to read that. I think we've already seen this one. Yeah, The Many Adventures of Traveling Frogs. So we have seen that. Well, I think we might have exhausted the reading material down here. That's not great for a bookshop. There should be a whole lot more reading material. All right, let's check out the quest tab here real quick. See what we need to do. And now that I think about it, when I was looking at all the patterns in the room, I'm pretty sure that we're supposed to actually do some painting in this job. So maybe I should assume that some of these patterns might go away. I see this painting thing highlighted. We're still on the... Not seeing it here. Okay, I'm seeing vacuum, I'm seeing stains, trash, eye. Even though there's a paint can here, I guess it just takes place in a different region of the house. So let's go ahead and start with some of the trashes and some of the selling. Let's go back. Alright. Yeah, she definitely likes the multicolored lighting. The multicolored color scheme, I should say. Let's go ahead and go over to the trash, which is 3. Oh, we have some more vacuuming. Potato chips seem to be very popular in Pinnacove. Let's go ahead and Just grab whatever we can. There's not that many trashes in here. Let's see, is this trash? Or is that to be sold? It looks like it's to be sold. Maybe the book club got canceled. Or maybe she just didn't need a second poster of it. And now I realize that I can sell this by putting it in the trash, but I kind of prefer to do the actual selling the normal way, quote unquote. Can't really tell what used to be in those boxes. And I have a feeling that we're expected to sell this croissant. I don't know who's going to want a stale croissant, but Pinnacove is weird that way. They like buying all sorts of bizarre used food items. Okay, where is the open bag of chips that I will probably be able to sell if I can find it? Pinnacove, what is going on with you? Alright, well, I'm sure there's trashes in here. Maybe not. This might be one of those rooms where there's nothing needed. There will be whatever snoopery I can manage, but this is, just a nice little sign on the wall. Slightly poorly placed because it says come in for a cup and a good book. I mean, the good book, I guess I can kind of see that in a bathroom, but maybe not so much the cup of coffee or tea or whatever. And I see little coffee beans there, so I'm just going to assume that this is pure coffee. But nothing needs to be done in here. Probably no use snooping. Never seems to be anything in the cabinets, but I'm still going to keep on snooping whenever I can. Alright. Well, it's a very boring bathroom. It's not bad, but slightly bugs me that this is a little bit orangier than this shade of pink. Alright, I'm gonna close that. See if there's anything. Oh, I never noticed this particular room before. I'm not sure how I missed that. Okay, much more trashes. Painting for beginners. I'm probably still not going to read that. I mean, in real life, I love to read. I read all the time. But, you know what? It's just, for whatever reason, I don't like reading the instructional books in this game. Often to my word that I'm trying to think of. I often regret not reading the books, but, still can't think of that word, so I'm not going to struggle. Okay, we have more of this sign. There might be more books in here, but so far they're all illegible. And more of this passionate collection of empty jars. I think the main problem is they just don't have quite enough little knickknacks within this game. Okay. Still nothing trashy over there. Easier than a cake mix. I'm pretty sure we've read that. We've read Children from Swing Hills. Just going to check in here to make sure there's none of that. Oh, alright. We've got some trash containers over there. And the back porch. Kind of nice to have a little mudroom here. Pretty boring mudroom, but, it's still a mudroom. And I think we might be over to the selling stuff stage here. We've gotten all the trashes. Apparently this is the room that needs some painting. Presumably on this wall. I wonder if we need to plaster it. Detriment, that's the word I was trying to think of. Often to my detriment. I probably should remember to read these and that there is useful stuff in them, but often to my detriment, I just don't, and so I'm not going to do it this time either. Now, I like these little sliding doors. I'm kind of a big fan of pocket doors, though. I wonder if pocket doors are a possibility in this game. I guess I would have to just do basically 2 walls with a space between them, and then put the doors on one of the walls. I wonder if I'd be able to open and close them that way. Let me see if I can get over here. Yeah, I can close it and open it that way. I'd be able to make that work. I can just make the door opening, one block wider on either side so that you can still get to the handles. Alright, well that's going to be something I might play around with in the sandbox mode. Speaking of which, I do think that in the next video that we have on this channel will probably be a sandbox video. Okay, what else can I sell? I'm going to sell that. I'm wondering how I'm going to clean that up. Probably they're not going to make any mess with that, or they're probably not going to have any special means to clean that up. I'm pretty sure the magic spray is going to be what they offer to do that job. So we'll go with the magic spray. This is me checking if there's any quests in here. Let me actually check. Nope, nothing to do in there. Not a fan of the lavender light switches, but mostly because it kind of clashes with the shade of pink they've got in here. Now, I'm assuming that this just needs to be put back into its spot, or maybe over there. I'm also not really a fan of having, what is this supposed to be? I guess a washing machine. Yeah. I'm not really a fan of having the laundry in the kitchen, mostly because I keep thinking, well, I will get food stains all over it. The idea is to clean clothes when you have it, when you have a laundry room. But, if you got all this, tomato sauce or whatever, or this tomato, garlic, basil, whatever this book keeps trying to sell me on, I just think about all these splashes and stains and splatters, especially if you've got it right near the stove. If you've ever cooked spaghetti sauce on a stove, or marinara, or anything like that, you know how much tomato loves to splatter. And I just keep thinking, that's just horrible. Tomato sauce is really hard to get out. Okay, well, let's see what we're supposed to sell in here. There's 9 things we're supposed to sell in here, but apparently the croissant is not one of them. I'm kind of shocked. Alright, let's go ahead and sell some of the stuff out here. Let's see how much this poster is worth. Okay, yeah. 16. Not too bad. Let's go ahead and just plonk that. And that was kind of nice. It just went right into that box. I wonder if we're supposed to put away some of these books. Maybe in the new shelves. Oh. Yep. If it's a fish, they want it sold. That always seems to happen here. Now we get to keep these shelves, which is a relief because that's an awful lot of books to put into a new shelf. Okay, some of these shelves would probably look pretty decent if a little bit less weathered. We're keeping that. Keeping that. I should probably just, check over here and see what else we need to sell. We have sold all of the things. All right. At least in that room. Is there anything to sell in here? Oh, that's right, this counts as the same room. I'm assuming this is supposed to be where the coffee shop is going to be. We sold everything in here. It would appear we have. Still need to vacuum up the potato chips. That was in over here, yeah. So I will get some vacuuming done. Let's see what needs to be done in here. Got stains, windows, paint. So that means we at least get a new tool. I'm excited about that. I'm only moderately excited because I do remember it being stupidly complicated to actually do the painting. So hopefully I can remember from the demo how I'm supposed to do that. I can tell you that it's a lot easier to do in the sandbox. Alright, we need to buy some stuff, but I think we'll go ahead and do the stains and the vacuuming first. Let's go for the vacuuming, which was what, 5, I believe? Let's see. Well, I forgot to check how many we're supposed to vacuum. It's a great way to count chips if you're really into counting things. That looks like coffee beans, which are easily mistaken for cockroaches in this game. Okay, let's see what else we have to vacuum, if any. Alright, we've done the vacuuming. There were 91 beans and chips. Okay, let's do some stains. There's a box to unpack as well. Where did that one go? There it is, okay. Let's just switch over to the stains. Start near the door, I guess. Work our way through a little bit. Okay. It doesn't really look sprayed, but apparently it is. This is supposedly the faster version of this spray, I believe, or of cleaning in general, so, wow. Alright. It's really hard to tell if these have been sprayed or not. But with it being, white paint and very light blue spray. Let's see if this paint is supposed to come up with this. Yep. I'm supposed to just use that magic spray. It's quite the spray. I sure would love to buy that product or service. Still would hope that I could, speed that whole spraying process up a little bit. I was meaning to start at the door rather than back here, but oh well. This is what seems to have happened. How many stains are left in here? Well, this is going to be considered one in here. Ah, there's a stain back there. See if I can spray it without actually having to move all the chairs. Yep. And based on the chairs I see here, I think I chose wisely in making multicolored chairs outside. I say making, I mean, purchasing, decorating with. Get some of this gone. So many footsteps. I'm still pleased with how easy it is to just clean up spilled paint in this thing. I mean, that looks like a relatively easy to clean floor. It looks like laminate instead of real wood, but still, it's not exactly easy to clean paint off of a floor. Trying to remember if I've ever actually had to do that. I think I have at least had to clean up a few splashes here and there. Oh, I missed this. Let's give it a spray. Alright, are we done with that yet? Let's see, we've got all the stains. And now we just need to buy some stuff. Surprisingly few bookshelves need to be purchased. I really would have expected a few bookshelves. Okay, we've got a couple of... Well, let's see, you know what? I should probably put these books away. Although I'm sure she would prefer to actually sort those out herself. There's not a whole lot of room for them. Well, we've got lower shelves on all of these. Let's see. We can put all the illegibles together. There's a whole lot of illegibles over here. And over here. So it's not like there's one illegible bookshelf. This doesn't have any illegibles on it that I can see. So maybe I should put a few over there. Make sure that they're everywhere. Alright, let's see. Now I can just move the whole container. I'm wondering if she was hoping to just put these back herself, but I figure, might as well do it while I'm here. Full service. See what happens over here. Yes, it's not going to let me stack any of them upright, it would appear. Oh, wait, I see change orientation. If I noticed that before, I completely forgot all about it. Alright. Very nice. That was one thing that definitely bugged me in House Flipper 1. Alright, change orientation. This is going to be time consuming though. Let's get some of these going up here. Okay. I think I might start stacking them flat. Alright, we have some flat books going over here. See, I want the legible part to be legible from there. You know what? I think I'm going to do this. Put that there. See if there's... Okay, that's about it for that. And I'm going to have to leave these baskets somewhere. But my thought is if we're going to have tables, let's put them sort of in this corner somehow. Maybe. I want to keep them separate from the bookshelves. But no. Now that I'm looking at it, that might not be as easy as I was hoping to do. This really is about the only spot that these shelves could go that I'm seeing, unless I just sort of put them floating in the middle of the room. Now, I could move some of this elsewhere, but I figure this is probably kind of intended there, or at least best placed there. So we can leave that. I could scoot it over, but that shelf those shelves are going to be too tall. So they're going to cover the window and the window closure. Alright, well, we'll just make do with this as best we can. We can have maybe, let's see, I know that there was going to, or it was telling me that I needed to buy a couch as well. Let's just go back to stacking these flat, because that was really annoying having to put every single one upright. What all have we got underneath there? I do see something larger and flat, so I'm going to plan on doing that on the bottom shelf there. Well, I can go ahead and put some of those over there. Let's do that. I still really like being able to move an actual container full of things the way that it's allowing me to now. That's very nice. At least, segregate this by color. Make sure that there's plenty of space if needed for later on. And I guess I'll make the whole pile look a little bit straightened out, because she does seem to be straightening out most of her piles. Okay. So we got more of these green. Books full of green. As so often happens. Okay. And considering how much they love the nature here, maybe the books full of green are very thematic for them. Kind of amuses me to just pull that whole stack over there, so I'm going to stick with that. I'm going to be a little bit, let's see, I'm at least going to make them both face the same way here. I like that it's letting me put those in, nicely slipping that right underneath. And let's see, what else should I do here? I was going to have one that's just, sort of cutely twisted. Like they have this, where was it? I saw it somewhere. Yeah, I was going for something like how they had that blue book there. A little bit spun around. Let's do the precise for just a minute. Yeah, good enough. A little bit off balance there. Maybe instead I will do... Let's see. This is what I was thinking of. Maybe I'll just do this. Have that a little cutely tilted. This a little less cutely tilted. I don't know. Alright, well, we've got our two boxes. Gonna stack those over here so that they're definitively out of the way. I'm gonna see if I can... Oh, come on, let me stack them. Come on. What's so horrible about stacking things? You let me stack this one on top? Come on. But dang. Alright, so I'm not allowed to cutely stack those. And I don't think I'm allowed to sell them either. I'm still pretty sure that I wasn't really supposed to put those away, but I decided to anyway. So, oh well. Sue me. or at least all on shelves that were empty, so it'll be easy to tell which ones I put away. But let's go ahead and take a quick look at our list of stuff to buy. I need to find some room for this armchair, which looks more like a love seat to me. We've got one ottoman, which probably goes with this armchair. 2 tables, 4 of these chairs that we've been doing so often. I'm thinking that this area over here is probably my best bet for that, but I'm thinking also that I might want to sort of scooch this over to one side somewhere or another. Possibly even put it near the window. Which is an idea I'm liking a little bit more and more. Let them see it as they're coming in the shop. Alright, well, let's go ahead and buy what we're supposed to buy. I already know how I do these tables, which is what the glossy with that, and the same over here. Yep, and it's remembering which color I want it to be, except it's not remembering the details correctly, I don't think. Well, I do actually kind of prefer the bronze. Let's see how that looks. I'm trying to see it up close. Yeah, you know, the bronze does look almost exactly like the black, so I'm still not sure which one I bought that first time around. But now I do know that you won't lose any money if you buy and then sell something. Let me double check. Okay. How much does this cost? I don't think it costs $11.19. Surely not. Maybe it was a chair that I was remembering before, so let's... Okay, yeah. Wow, that's a really expensive table. Good grief. I should have noticed that before. Oof. Kind of terrible. Alright, well, I'm gonna see what happens if I try to sell this. Okay, $11.19. Man, that's a horrible price. Ugh. I'd say those are worth like $100 at most. Wow. I find fault with that. Okay, yeah, I was going to figure out what color wood I like for in here. Now, I could make these tables match that, but I think we'll go with more of an eclectic look. It's going to match what's outside. Maybe she's going to get a bulk deal on having all these tables. Oh, that price, makes me uncomfortable. Alright, well, that's her problem, not mine. And I'm trying to figure out where the best place for this is, because I just don't like the look of those right together. Don't really like the look of those spread out there either. It's going to be tough keeping these people away from all the books. It's just not the best place for interior seating, I guess. Well, on the other hand, at least it'll be under someone's eye. It'd be a little bit nicer if you could sort of like make this counter shorter and then move it all that a ways. Give you just a little bit more space out here in the main area. Well, this kind of thing we'll be able to do in the sandbox. And I actually kind of like the way this, well, I liked it with the blue. And I do like the pattern that they've got there. Nice and tufted. Okay. Not sure why I decided to go ahead and start with this. For the moment, I'm going to stick with my glossy wood. See, I do kind of like that, the color of that. See how well it looks in here. I I did also like the blue that it was shown in for starters. Well, I'm not going to spend too much time fussing over that, but I am going to see what it looks like. That's not what I meant to do. Okay, this is... Which one do they have it as? Okay, yeah, the first one is highlighted, therefore it's that one. Let's just try a few different colors. She does seem to like the slightly brighter colors. Let's see. I'm going to keep going down just a little bit further. Well, that looks a lot brighter than it did in here. Don't think that's quite right. Oh, come on, go back to what I had picked out. Give me the right colors. So I think that I'm going to just, maybe spend a little less time fussing up the color here. Well, it's not really quite. Okay, yeah, it is matching. And I'm still not sure that I want those tables to be white, but I'm still going to go with what I already went with. But I might go with some different patterning here. Don't really want all of it to match though, because she does definitely seem to like all the colors. We could either make the pattern match what's used out here, or make it patternless. This is supposed to be me just buying all of the things that I know that I'm going to need. I do kind of tend towards the idea that she likes having all of the fancy different patterns. There's a whole lot of pattern already present here. Very bright wallpaper. So let's see, and we got very bright orange walls, which works pretty nicely. Which again kind of surprises me. I probably wouldn't have tried it myself, and I still would probably pick a slightly more coral shade of orange, but it definitely works. Let's see what we want for this. See how big this armchair is. Yeah, see, I was thinking that would probably be a pretty big armchair. Let's see if we can figure out about where it needs to be. We can have a little bit of a buffer here. If we were to face it here, so someone could get behind there and have the... If we move this table, then we can have that little coffee table right in front of it, and we can move the rug in front of it as well. But I think she's probably going to want a slightly more obnoxious color. I do kind of still want it to match this rug. Don't really like the way that looks against the orange, but that might wind up being the best way to go. I was going to have the ottoman over here with this as well, and since I went with blue, then maybe I'll wind up going with blue there. Or I might just wind up selling that. I'm thinking maybe I could kind of, pull that green from the carpet. See how that looks. Alright, let's see. I just walked away from the desk for just a couple minutes, walked to the other side of the house, and then completely forgot what I was doing here. There's an in-joke between me and my husband where if either of us walks through a door, we often forget what we were thinking of on the other side of the door. And I had to walk to one doorway in order to get to the other side of the house. One open door frame and one closed door had to happen before I could get over there and then back. So it was like a total of 2 doors and, 2 half doors. So that just completely got rid of my memory, which is a shame because I'd like having a memory. Let's see what kind of obnoxious pattern. I guess that was what I was going to do in here was, figure out what obnoxious pattern. And actually, I kind of like it. Maybe not in those colors for this purpose. Needs to be a little bit brighter, I'm thinking. And I'm not sure that I like how that falls on the petals, so maybe we'll go with something different and obnoxious. Now, if I remember right, this won't let me change the color of the vine. Let's play around with it anyway. I can change the background color and the stripe. See what color I want some of these to be. Yeah, there was no choice for changing the actual vine color, but that would at least match the ottoman that I made blue. I was thinking that I would do green with that carpet. Not sure now, though. Let's see. If I were to do a green stripe, stop doing that. And then maybe a pink background. Yeah, that's a little bit obnoxious. Well, I mean, obnoxious does go with some of her color choices. But that's not quite the type of obnoxious I think works. Well, let's see. If we're staying in the slightly less bright for that, and then we make this a little bit darker perhaps. So make it a little bit more faded out. Well, I don't really like the blue there, unfortunately, because it would not go terribly with that. Maybe consider changing the color of the stripe. See if we can make it work a little bit better that way. While I'm thinking of it, let's decide what color we want the legs of it to be. I have a feeling this is going to wind up being a pretty long video. When I'm trying to pick out furniture, I think that I should probably give you all advice to not go furniture shopping with me. I get picky. And also easily distracted. Ooh, that's shiny. Probably stain-proof, though. We do have leather. We have glossy leather. Maybe that's some nice pleather, which would be easier to clean. I don't think I've ever said the phrase nice pleather before. Let's go back to this idea, which I'm not sure why I'm trying to make that a thing, but apparently I'm trying to make that a thing. What color do we have picked out before? I was considering different colors of stripes here. Well, let's see what that looks like. Ooh, well, that actually works a little bit better than I would have thought. I can't remember what obnoxious color path they had before. I'm fine with this being an obnoxious love seat. I have no real objections to that. That kind of works with the wallpaper, kind of works with this. Might work a little better to have a white stripe or an off-white stripe to go with that. Why do I keep having to reselect all of the things? Okay, yeah, it still has got that. Let's go with the thing that we have selected before. It's not going to remember my colors this time, which is a shame. I did like what I wound up picking for that reasonably well. I'm going to go with a nice pale stripe. And we were going to see how it looks against that ottoman. I don't think that's quite the color that I picked before. maybe it is. Maybe it just looks a little bit different in this interface. Yeah, well, I don't hate that. Okay, I'm just going to go with it. And I think I'm okay with the color of the legs. I think that matches that table. Alright, well, I can't really exactly center it with that stripe. The stripe does not fall where it should, but oh well. It's kitschy. Or something. Oh, I'm going to take it out of precise placement. That'll make my life a little bit easier here. Or at least my OCD a little bit easier to deal with. I want people to be able to get back at the bookshelves here. I wonder if they can squat down. Well, I can't really tell where my butt is, so hopefully that works. We can get pretty close to that bookshelf. Alright. I'm definitely overthinking this. I didn't mean to get into that wheel. Alright, let me uncrouch. Move this over here. I can scoot that back a little bit, I'm thinking. Still got enough room. Still crouch. Okay. We'll go with that. Center this rug. Maybe scoot it under there a bit. It's not quite as obnoxious as the rest of the room, though. I'm a little bit worried about that. Let's see. I wonder where the best spot for this is, actually. Let's go ahead and grab our table. Speaking of grabbing tables, I think we do need to move this. Let's move this over here instead of there. And I will switch it back over to precise placement so I can get it as close to the window as possible. And I need to figure out the best place for these tables in terms of actually being able to get in and get out. You know what? I think I'm going to spin these 45 degrees here. And take it off of precise placement. See, that way I can have sort of like a chair here and a chair here. Or have them be very uncomfortable and have this table leg right in between their knees. I'm sure they'll love that. And I'm going to scoot this a little bit further over here. I do want the rose to be visible from the window, though. Let's see, this way you can still see the book display from both of these windows. So yeah, let's try to have this kind of in the corner a bit. And it is currently plenty far away from the tables here. We can even move this a little bit further over here, providing a little bit more space for when there's a coffee table here. I do think I'm going to go with the 45-degree thing with these tables. Oh yeah, I was going to go over to precise placement and put this a little bit closer into the corner here. We can also maybe move this over so that it's not blocking the view of the table. And remember, once again, that I'm going to change the precise placement. Change the placement by using the precise placement tool. Okay. Get it as far up in both places as we can, but I think that's as far as it can go there. And again, we're going to move this. Oops, not what I meant to do. I'm trying to cancel this. Will you please let me cancel it? Thank you. Took way too long to cancel. I'll scoot this over here. want to make sure that something is visible in all of the windows. That way these folks can see the rows, and so can these. As they're walking past, there can be chairs here and here. Here. There. Might even scoot this just a little bit further. It's kind of weirdly sticky sometimes. That wasn't actually going for centered, but it wound up centered anyway. And still unsure as to where I want that to fall, but we're going to leave it there for the moment. Alright, so we've got both tables. We need to buy this coffee table and the 4 chairs. Let's see. See what kind of a wood we'd like to pick. Yeah, I was going to try to keep this kind of matched, but didn't really need to be. Doesn't seem necessary in here. I think I'm going to go with the dark wood, because the lighter wood against that doesn't look so great, even if it is this same color of wood and the same as the table legs. I think we're going for not matching in here. So let's get back into the tab menu, or just... I have a cat helping me right now. Y'all know how well that goes. Okay, we do have a choice between the top and the legs. But I might still go ahead and just make it all the same color. Now, is the European walnut what they have got for the other wood in here? I think it's something a little bit more saturated. Let's try to match some of the other stuff. Which, what was I saying just a few seconds ago about not really trying to match everything up? I can't imagine what I was thinking. Me not matching things? Oh, that just sounds so wrong. That's the same color. I think maybe I'll go with different color legs, though. We gotta pick it out again. Let's go for the lighter Brazilian walnut. Well, the lighter Brazilian walnut for the top, and let's try the red beech down there. I'm not sure if I like the effect of that. Maybe I could do some white legs. Give it a little bit of a country look. Yeah, sure, why not? Staying with the Brazilian walnut for the top. Why do I keep assuming that what's on top is the top? Silly me. I'm gonna keep this matching, because that's how I roll. I'm gonna switch over to the actual imprecise placement. I just meant to, not be in that mode anymore. Okay. Now they can probably get in here, sit down, even though I can't. But they probably can, and they can walk past this reasonably well. And I definitely don't see any alternatives for where this shelf could go, because that really looks like it needs the assistance in terms of load bearing. I was going to put another word on the end of that, but I can't remember what I was going to say, so too bad for me. Okay, I'm a little bit unhappy with this ottoman being here. Let's try over here. Doesn't actually need to be catty corner, but it's going to be apparently. This out of skosh. I do kind of want it just barely under in both cases. But I don't really like, don't like it being quite that close to the edge of the table. Might just go ahead and put it only under the table. That wound up being kind of centered under the table, so I might go with that. You can still get up the stairs. And I had already forgotten that this little loft existed, even though I was staring right at it. Okay, I'll go with that. And I'll consider switching these tables even further into the corner. This is still a bit of a spill hazard, but it's not too terrible. They'd have to put some effort into spilling stuff on it. Both are spaced about an equal distance from it. Although this table should theoretically be centered more, but, don't quite think that that's going to work because that'd get it too close to these bookshelves. Apparently I am far more concerned about the spilling than I realized. Okay, so what did we wind up doing out there? I believe it was the polished wood of various colors. Now, do I want to continue that in here, or do I want to have different chairs inside? It does make sense that if she's, buying all these chairs, she'd just have extras that go inside. So what color matchups are we going to do? I want to find at least two different color pairings in there. Or I could pick out entirely new colors to go in there. Alright, well, so we've got purple and orange, yellow and light blue, yellow and dark blue, orange and green, and purple and teal. And I still want to keep them, keep the colors as contrasty as possible. I'm thinking. Let's see. I'm putting far too much effort into thinking on this. And what did I go with out there? I think I went with a quilted fabric. I could just go walk outside again and check, but I don't want to. We had the polished wood, and it was this pattern. So, Now again, it does make sense that they would have chairs that match what's outside, even if I don't necessarily want to. Alright, well, let's go ahead and just go back with what we have been doing. Even if it's boring, I can't really think of an alternative that I'm happy with. Because I'm role-playing this a little bit too much. I'm thinking, okay, they would actually wind up buying these chairs in groups. It would be all the same as much as possible, other than the colors, obviously. So, what was I going to pick out here? Okay, we've got the polished wood. We've got the off-white. No, not the off-white. We've got the matching various colors. That was the stage that I was frozen at here. I need to pick one of these palettes. I think a lot of them are the rich palette. Is this what I was going with for that? So I guess I've decided on a turquoise in here. Or you could say teal. But teal is boring. It's more fun to say turquoise. What did I wind up doing for this? That is actually probably pretty close to what I wound up doing. I could just go outside and check. In this case, that does kind of make sense. It's a little bit darker than what I used outside. I'd be willing to bet. Oh, it's brighter green. Yeah, so this is definitely a miss. Alright, we've got the pure. And we were thinking it was maybe this. That looks 2 green, surely. And it was. That looks like the same thing. And we need to go with the much brighter color here. Brighter and greener. See if it's that. Is that? No. Okay, one more try. Maybe that. Yeah. That looks decent against the orange. Or at least nice and contrasty, which is what I was going for. On the other hand, looks very clashy against this blue. Well, I can always sell it for free. And this is going to match the books that are made entirely out of teal or turquoise. So we got that going for us. And what other colors am I going to pick out? I mean, I could just go with the blue, but then it would start to get actually pretty matchy in there, which is not really how this place rolls, is it? We might try this orange. Okay, I might try some of this green. And now maybe I will go with a light blue. So we can pair orange with a light blue. And, well, that would stick me with green and this sort of, well, teal green. Not sure that I approve of that. Well, let's get back out here. We're trying to match up some chairs. And I think I will interview an orange chair in there. Come on inside. Let's see what you look like against this particular orange. Looks much darker than I expected it to. Yeah, it's not horrible. Yeah, let's go ahead and duplicate that. Oh, again, I could swear that there was some way to duplicate things. Or at least there was in the demo. That's not what I was looking for. Darn it. Probably should have read that flipper tool book. Oh well. Too late. Let's see if I can find some way to do that. Maybe that's something that I have to earn in some fashion. I'm not seeing any other tools that seem likely to make that happen. Maybe it's in the hand tool somehow. Oh, this is going to bug me. Maybe I should ask the internet. Alright, you know what? I'm going to go ask the internet real quick. Alright, yeah. Internet says that is a perk that I need to earn. Alright, well, so we're just going to have to do it the slow way. Which is to pick out this color again. What was it that I went with? Maybe that. See if you are... I think it's a little bit lighter than that. I do think it might still be this pure color. Yep, that looks like it. And we're going to go with some obnoxious orange. Don't know if it's that color of obnoxious, but let's just find out. that works. Alright, well, someday I'll be able to do this the easier way. Not decided as to which one I'd like where. Okay, let's say we do a purple one, maybe here, maybe here. Maybe a dark blue one in the other spot. Let's say maybe I think that the purple is going to look good with that in a way that I don't know if the dark blue would look good there. It would look good in this general region, at least to me, but that's thinking too matchy, so let's see. Don't really like the idea of the purple over there either. Okay, well, while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to go put this back. And you know what, let's just bring this in here, see how it looks. It looks okay over here. It's whatever I'm going to pick to pair with that I'm a little bit out to see about. Well, speaking of see, let us see what this looks like in there. That might be my simplest solution. Don't like the way that yellow looks with the orange paint. Let's see how this guy looks. Yeah, that works better with the teal than I was expecting it to. Kind of like the idea of doing the purple over here, but this works pretty well as well. So we can pair the purple with the teal again. Don't really like doing the exact same pairing twice though either. See, am I forgetting one alternative? Let's try. See what this looks like in there. So well, we haven't tried the light green either. That could go over here. Don't like it paired with that for sure. Could always just, move the orange over there. That works fine. Or at least works well enough. Let's get out here and try the dark blue. Let me out. And see, I don't like the dark blue with this. So the dark blue would have to go over here if I were to use this one. And then once again, we're stuck with having the purple and the green paired. Or, let's see, let's try this combination. Now, you don't need to be quite that scooted. I'm going to get in here with the precise placement in a minute. Alright, well that works reasonably well. So maybe over here we do purple and, I don't know, the light green. That's not a combination I've done unless I'm forgetting something. Alright, yeah, let's go with that. Let me see and duplicate this purple, which I definitely remember being bright and obnoxious. See if that's sufficiently bright and obnoxious. Looks like it. And let's guess what color we used here. Was it bright and obnoxious? I think it probably was. Yup. Come on, let me out. Alright. Yeah, I'm reasonably satisfied with how this is working out. Gonna need some precise placement with that. Let's see, not crazy with how this purple goes with this, but it works well enough. I'm also not crazy about the fact that that couch isn't quite as bright and obnoxious as everything else. I'm going with bright and obnoxious here. Going with kind of cartoony. Let's see. Can't remember what we did. Wow, I guessed correctly, I think. Can't quite tell because of the directions. Yep, I think I guessed correctly. Now let's guess correctly on this other green. And I still am not quite 100% sure. Let's try going one notch darker. Yeah, I think it was the one notch darker. Alright. Going to try this. Back in the green and obnoxious. See if I use the same shade of green and obnoxious. Which I think I did. Yeah, that might be a better match. Let me over. Well, still can't quite tell for sure. Probably did go with the lighter one. Well, I'm going with it now. Whatever we did before. Ooh, that's awfully tight there. Ugh. I think this is going to have to get scooched quite a bit. Now, I can scooch this over here a little bit too. Or I could turn it a different way, but ooh, that's way too tight. Well, you gonna get scooched. I was going to get scooched a little bit closer to the window for sure. See how close I can get it. With precise placement. Oh, come on. I should be able to put it closer than that. One tiny little notch closer. I feel like I'm holding this table hostage. So they could see from the window for sure, but once I get in here, they can't actually get over to it. So maybe I do need to put both of these tables somewhere else. I could perhaps put this couch over here and then put the tables sort of in the middle. That might make some sense. That was way too tight. Just, you guys get out of my way. Go somewhere else now. Move the table over to here. Just be somewhere else, please. It won't let me pile that on top of the table. Alright, you continue being somewhere else. I'm going to put you over here. And I'm definitely thinking I'm going to change the color of this. I'm going to go with at least a slightly more obnoxious shade. Now, that actually kind of works if I go ahead and leave that there. I'm not really quite thinking of this as a place where they're going to drink tea or coffee, but I probably should be. But on the other hand, this is going to be further away from those books. A little harder to spill, I'm hoping. I'm going to move this just a touch more. Maybe. Now someone can actually come up here and grab a book, and it's still visible from both of these windows. And let's see, we can put this over here again. Or we could put it maybe sort of over here in the window. Or we could put it here. Someone can kind of be perching on that chair. Yeah, I'm definitely going to change the color of the background here. Alright, well, let's see how much this cost. I can't remember. $17.01. Only a little bit more than each of these tables. Ugh. Still appalled at that price. Way too much. Okay, I am going to keep this particular pattern, probably. Unless I just happen to bounce over something that I like better. Let's go back to the quests and refine this armchair. And I'm going to leave that there. Going to put it back to the pleather. And maybe. Okay, yeah, I am going to check all these patterns, see if there's anything that I decide is a little bit better of a match. I'm not going to go with the bird theme, I don't think. And I definitely don't mind it being obnoxious. I'm just going to try to choose my obnoxiousness a little bit more carefully. Okay, with this gave me functionally three color options, even though one of them was not an option. I do like the idea of having multiple colors involved. So we might go with something like that, or that. I've already done that, so I don't see the point in repeating the patterns. Not on this one. This might work out nicely. That winds up being too small. That also might kind of work. Alright, well, we've got lots of color options with this, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 4 color options. That winds up being too big of a pattern. That's about the right size, I'd say, in terms of pattern. Both have 4 different color options. Let's interview them both here. Gonna brighten up some of those colors so that they work well against the orange. I think I remember this being how I managed to keep the same style, but I think I did it in the wrong order. I'm gonna leave that base as is. Just don't care enough. Let's see. Don't really want 2 different shades of gray. I can't quite tell which is the light gray and which is the dark gray. let's, interview some obnoxious colors here. I want to definitely get it a little bit brighter of a color. That is obnoxious. It would kind of go with that. Might try a slightly darker obnoxious color. Gonna have to continue to pick out different colors for this. Yeah, see, the darker does kind of work, and let's see how it looks with these chairs. Gonna want to keep it far away from this purple chair, presumably. Okay. I see where the white is. I see where the light gray is. Don't see where the dark gray is. Well, let's just see what changes when we play with it. Let's make this... Well, that's just an attempt to actually spot the color. Yeah, see, it's not really in the pattern, is it? How odd. Okay. Let's keep working on it. Let's consider making this a slightly obnoxious color. It's much more matchy-matchy than I was really meaning to do, but... Yeah. Well, we've definitely got the obnoxiousness going on. Alright, I don't hate that. Yeah. It works with that rug. It's something I want to keep away from the purple chair. Because there's definitely a bit of a clash, but if they're separated far enough, that might kind of work. Or I could just make the whole thing a hint purplier, but then it wouldn't really go with the carpet anymore. I mean, it doesn't truly go with it right now, but it at least, you need to put a little bit more effort into determining that it doesn't go with it. Or I could tone that down. And then that still doesn't work well with the purple, but it doesn't look like it's intended to. It doesn't look like it's intended to be a match, at least. So that's a maybe. Alright. We're going to interview this as well. I wonder if we actually do have 4 separate colors here. Yeah, we do. So let's get obnoxious with it. What I was thinking of was, making the color match the sort of spruce green in the carpet. That's not really what I meant to do. Okay, this is what I meant to do. I think I might fade the color out just a little bit. That is appropriately obnoxious, and I think it matches the scale of it all works a little bit better with these chairs. Yeah, I don't think I really want to spend much more time on this puzzle, so I'm just going to go with something here. But I think I'm going to darken up that white a little bit. Might go back to our boring off-white. That doesn't appear to have changed much, but I think it is technically changed. Alright, I think I'm going to go with this. It is appropriately obnoxious, nigh unto cartoonishness, and it's seeming to be a little bit easier to center. I could be mistakenly on that. Okay. Righty. I'm gonna center things just a little bit, although actually I need to probably not center that against that window. So I want to add just a little bit more space here. I'm still hoping that they're not going to accidentally, be sitting here and then whoosh over the shoulder accidentally all over this. Let's line this up a little bit. Need to go over a skosh. See if that's actually lined up. Now I'm going to have to get precise with it. And we can move this out just a little bit further. Is that centered well enough to suit me? Looks like it might be over this way a little bit more. But even with the precise placement, I might not be able to get it perfectly centered. Oh well, I'll just go with it then. And we will try to figure out how we want this arranged. Might just put it square on there. And we were going to put this rug back over here. Although I don't really have to. I could leave it in the middle somewhere. The middle, I say. Well, I'm going to start thinking about where these tables will actually go. I'm probably going to wind up moving this rug somewhere else. Somewhere over here, perhaps. I'm going to make it so I can get back into the imprecise placement. I tried switching that while I was holding something and it didn't seem to be, well, it did. Thought it wasn't working, but it was. That's about where this rug was to start with. Alright, well, let's figure out where these tables are going again. I have one kind of over here. I was originally thinking of having them in a line, but don't know if that's going to work out. Now, where should I put this stinking couch? Because now that's making it impossible over here. I was liking that solution for the rest of it. And so I could put this table around here. Maybe go ahead and put it square again this time. So we'd have a chair there. Might need to scoot all this back over a little bit. Which is fine. And we can go ahead and actually scoot it up all the way to the window. That is kind of mildly out of the way. And a little bit less of a spill risk. We can have this table, I don't know, maybe here. This carpet didn't really actually need to be centered on the sofa. But, I might wind up... Let's see. I might wind up putting this in here. A little bit of an I'm tired from serving kind of a stool. Does that still count? Yeah, I think this is still being counted as part of this main area here. So I'm thinking, let's just put this right back under the sofa and coffee table, which I will most likely be moving over. And we can have... I want this to be far enough out of the path so that someone can come in here straight up to the counter. Which would mean I'd maybe have the chairs sort of like here and here. That chair can kind of back onto this. So these folks could come back over to the counter this way. I'm trying to figure out what the flow of people coming in would be. Ooh, look at all the books. But I'm hungry. Yeah, it's not leaving enough room over there. They would wind up having to go over here. But it's not like I'm going to try to put the table here. And I really don't need this to be centered on this, so I'm not going to worry about that part. They're not really going to be welcome to go up here, most likely. This looks like a bit of a... Well, I guess it could be sort of a reading area. This is a staff only, so this is actually part of the store, it would appear. You can go up there and do a little bit of eating away from the books, or at least from most of the books. A lot of furniture to be sold. I'm not really sure what they're doing down here. Haven't bothered to look into it yet. He's selling a whole lot of furniture, buying more. I guess this is a children's loft kind of a deal. I'm still under the impression that this is meant for a hangout spot. It looks like we're keeping a lot of the non-wood furniture. Maybe I'll wind up piling all the boxes upstairs. Well, you know what? Maybe these are supposed to be sort of like baskets for the book buyers. That might kind of work. But again, it would probably be right around there because that's, close to the door. Okay, well, what I was trying to do was actually plan out the downstairs. So we are actually assuming that they're allowed to go upstairs. That's the kids' area, or the just generally hanging out and reading area. What is that mysterious yowling I'm hearing? That's a cat who can tell time and realizes that it's past his supper time. I think we're going to just wind up... Yeah, I think we'll wind up doing this. It's about my best idea at the moment. Although I was kind of thinking maybe I'd turn the chairs, flip them this wise. I always seem to go the wrong way around when I'm trying to rotate these. She said as for once she got it the right way first, but, then she made it take longer to put in place anyway. Okay. See how that works. I mean, you can get around. I could just sort of move this out here. Doesn't really look like that's where it belongs, though. Looks like, oh, they just put a rug there because there was, an open spot on the ground, which is pretty much exactly why I put it there. I think I'm still going to scooch this over a little bit, and maybe at least I can center it in that sense. Alright, well, not entirely happy with this down here, but you know what? I think I'm just going to stick with it for now. Until I come up with something better, that's what I'm sticking with. See what it looks like from here. Yeah, not great, but, they can always move the tables around whenever they feel like it. And you can get through everywhere. Although it's still a bit too much of a chore to get over here to order. Maybe I could move this table set back over here. Have it somewhere around here. Maybe rotate this so that the back of the sofa is here and the coffee table is here. That would give me a little bit more space to work with, because then I could, maybe put both of these tables sort of generally here and move the carpet here. But this is still sort of like clearly the spot where you're supposed to walk up and order. I wonder if this is movable. Oh, wow, it is. Oh, all right. Well, see, that makes things a lot easier for me. Come on, I'm trying to pick up the tray here. Here we go. Will you let me pile it? No, of course not. That would be silly. No one could possibly ever need to pile things like that. But I am going to try moving this all over. All right. Never know till you try. I'm going to put the ordering spot over here. I didn't tell you to rotate. Stop rotating on me. Something blocking you? I guess it's just a tray that's blocking it. This tray is problematic. In case this one decides to be problematic, I'm going to move that back a little bit too. Oh, I was accidentally just moving this part of it. Whatever. Alright, well, let's see if that fixed the problem. I don't have to have it all over here. I might sort of like move this over here, move that over there. I might just generally rearrange things The more I stare at this, I'm thinking that maybe I want to have some of this divider over here and some over here. I like the idea of being able to sort of conceal some of this stuff if needed, or give her a little bit of concealed area. Although I do think these candles should maybe be visible, so I'm going to try to arrange for that to happen. So let's go ahead and move about half of these over here. Can't remember if this is an even number or not. Let's find out, shall we? This thing keeps rotating this for me. I don't want it to be rotated. I want it to just move over. I get too close to certain things, it just seems to think, oh, it must be rotated now. Turns out we do have an even number, which is useful. Let me look at that from a little bit further off. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that, and that's not an even number now that I'm looking at it, but that still works. Let's see which one I want to have slightly more, slightly less. This table is definitely in the way. Also, these are a little bit in the way as well. Just gonna, find other places for them, although that's good enough. Here, have you a cute little box. Switch it over to precise so that I can make it slightly less square onto anything. Back to precise. Back to imprecise. Words, how do they work? Okay. Oh yeah, I was in the middle of moving this table. Let's see. I'll move this rug over just a skosh first. Because I want people to be able to, come in, go up to the counter rather than immediately running into the back of someone's chair. Still just not really happy with the placement of these tables, but I'm still not seeing any great alternatives. So when I had this over here, it was just too crowded. This is very crowded too. Yeah. Now I'm considering moving this right back where it was before. That way at least you could do something, but you still couldn't really easily get to the counter. So, what shall I do? What shall I do? What I was originally thinking this time around was to just move this over. See if that makes anything any easier. Okay. So someone would come in. They could go over here. Maybe I just need to move this little plant a little bit. That sort of helps, but I'm still not quite happy with that. Someone to be able to just walk straight up to the counter from the door if need be without knocking people over. So what if we had this rug implying a pathway over here and make this the skinnier side of the divider? Like so. Then move the table over there a bit more. This is at least a quick trial. And of course I have to mess with this rug a little bit more. I think this plant can just be repositioned wherever it seems like it might work. Maybe here. Maybe here. Needs a little bit more sunlight anyway, so let's try putting it near the window. There we go. Kind of hiding that plant. Maybe I should spin it back around. Put it about like that. Yeah, sure, why not? Okay. Now you're walking straight to the counter. I can just scooch some of this over, maybe switch it so that this that is occupying more space can be behind the wider side of the divider. Yeah, I might go with something like this. It's not ideal, but it's doing something useful. Just making it so you can get by things a little bit easier. You can still get back here and you don't have to dodge that huge, well, not huge, but that larger piece of furniture in order to get there. I wonder if I should turn this diagonally. But then the chair's going to be on the rug, and I think I like the idea of having it more in clear space. Speaking of which, I think I'm going to scooch this over a little bit more. Don't want to be crowding these people too much, but, you know, they can be crowded just a couple of clicks more. So let's see how this is going to work out. Okay. Move the chair up a little bit more. They can always move it back if needed. This kind of works. Nothing's all lined up, but it still works. My OCD can live with it. Alright. I still kind of like the fact that you can, make this go vertical so easily. Don't want to change. There we go. It was being weirdly reluctant to be canceled. Okay. They can move that table out if needed. As well, at least it's slightly lined up in that these legs and these legs line up. So yeah, there we go. Take that, OCD. Okay, let's start actually working on this part of the room. I probably will leave the fridge here because now that I'm eyeballing it, I'm not sure that the fridge will fit here, although we can just easily check that. Move that out of the way real quick. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize that was two separate fridges. Okay, good to know. That'll make it much more annoying to try to move, but I'm still thinking, just from looking at this and comparing it with this up here, yeah, this is not going to fit over there. I would have to maybe do one fridge here, and then I've got this big shelving unit that I need to move painstakingly, piece by piece, annoying myself with it. So, yeah, I'm going to leave that as is. Might even scooch it further there, but I think that it's better to have the little passageway area there, and still kind of annoyed that I can't stack these platters, whatever those would be called. Okay, so I was going to move this coffee stuff over here, figure out something to do with these platters, which they're bugging me. I'm not sure why, but they just bug me. I guess probably mostly because I can't stack things. And sitting here looking at this croissant, I guess, I'm thinking maybe that's left out for me to eat. That might make some amount of sense. Why won't you let me stack you? What's wrong with you? Where can I put you that's somewhere else? I think you would go well in the kitchen. There, be in the kitchen. Okay. Well, I appreciate you leaving out the croissant for me, but apparently I'm not allowed to do anything with it. Why is that blue? Not really sure why that's weirding me out. Okay, well, let's go ahead and unpack this box while we're here so that I can stop stepping on it. Oh, more things to find shelf space for. Alright. Well, perhaps the shelf space is being left for us there. It's good to know. Good to know that we've got that room. Okay. I wonder if there's some difference between these. Maybe one is coffee, one is tea, but no, these still appear to be coffee. So let's put that right there. And continue to put things wherever makes sense. Maybe down here makes sense. And while I'm here, I was meaning to start moving this over, so might as well. Let's get all of these things in one area. And we've got plenty more dishes, which can be right down here, which do not match, although color-wise they match. I like this one. Let me take a closer look at it. Yeah, that's pretty. Alright. More mugs. I'm not surprised to find plenty of mugs. Okay. None of them will match either. Alright. Yeah, more mugs. So many mugs. Fair enough. Oof. Okay. Yeah, we've got plenty of room for all this stuff. I think maybe I'm going to just go ahead and move some of these candles over. See if I can match their little layout there. So I'll do this bit by bit. And try to avoid sort of fire hazard. I'm getting entirely too preoccupied with the planning and role-playing, I guess, which is odd because I don't really do role-playing when I'm playing games, generally. So let's just go with whatever's happening here. And what is happening is moving all these candles. There we go. Not quite the cute layout it was before, possibly because I'm not on precise, so let's try that. Let me get on the other side, actually. And let me get this little bench out of the way. Alright. See if we can make this a little bit cuter somehow. A little reluctant to get as close together as I was hoping, but maybe that's one of those things where I will need to go back and forth behind the counter in front of it. Yeah. Yeah, I like that a lot better. I'm going to get back there and move it. Let's try putting it somewhere here-ish. Well, I don't want it completely concealed, so let's maybe put it to the side. Come on, here we go. Do I need to spin this any? If I spin it too much, it'll pretend that it's bigger than it actually is. That might be something that's a bit of a coding error, because it really should realize that just because it's rotated one way doesn't make that big of a difference in terms of how much space it's taking. Because I can see that it's not really butting into each other. But, well, stacking things is fun. Yay, apparently. Right, we've got 2 coffee makers, got a whole bunch of coffee, got a random croissant that I'm trying to pick up the platter, or well, the plate. That takes up less space than these big old platters, so I think I'm going to just leave it out on the counter like that. Alright, the public doesn't really need to have full view of the coffee makers, I don't think. Let's see. Why am I moving that one when I meant to move this one? Alright, let's just keep on shoving this along. At least that's sort of out of the way. Now I'm okay with this room. It'll work. Okay, shall I actually read this book? I'm thinking about it. I do enjoy reading books in this game, so might as well. Okay, painting, the paint roller, every flipper's best friend. To paint a wall, you must buy some paint. Open the store or quests by pressing tab to find the right paint bucket. To get the paint on the paint roller, aim at the bucket and hold the left mouse button. How to make sure you're not going over the line, set the painting area first. Now it's highlighting things, but it's not a link. Press left mouse button on the wall to set your starting point. Move towards the end point and press the left mouse button to set the area. The rest of the wall is safe now. Okay. Hold left mouse button within the area to paint. Cancel the area you set by pressing left mouse button. A whole lot of left mouse button pressing here. Okay, yeah, alright. Well, there we go, I read it. Move it onto the table for the moment. They like books here, so I might as well leave it for them. Although if I remember right, it's worth 15 coins, so I will probably sell it. And I still kind of like the idea of moving this over here, rather than right there where it's going to get splatter on it from the oven. I'm sure that it was supposed to go over here, but that's just wrong. Switch it back from the precise placement, I believe. Yeah, see, that's just wrong. I don't like it, so I'm not going to do it. This is going to live over here. Although, since I'm about to paint this wall, presumably, it's going to go over there instead. So let's get in here and find out what shade of pink paint faded I'm supposed to use. I'm pretty sure this is it. The material is blueness. Okay, stucco. Alright. Wonder if it'll let me do the Venetian plaster. A little bit curious. Okay, so let's see where the paint tool is. There we go. Get some paint. Set the paint area. Well, it's not really wanting me to... doing what the thing said, which is what to... Okay, let's just cancel this. I'm trying to set your area. Maybe it's already set the area for me or something like that. Oh, well, now it's doing that. Okay. I am trying to set the paint orders. There we go. Okay. This is moving very slowly. I assume that's because I don't have all of the perks yet. This is going to take a long time to paint. But at least I don't have to worry about plastering first. That's good. Of course, if this were, really Venetian plaster, it would definitely take a long time. Alright. Having to make very large mouse movements. Yes, I know I can finish the job. Go away. I'm not going to do that yet. Come on, this is taking forever. I believe the phrase is boring and forever taking. Come on, almost there. Of course, I can't finish it all with one paint fill. Once again, that's going to be an issue of, waiting till I've got all of the perks. Alright, I think that's finished. I'm not seeing any problems here. Okay. Not sure why I'm even bothering with this. It's mostly because some of the spots look slightly lighter, although that might just be the nature of the Venetian plaster. This is what I'm trying. Would you let me do what I tell you to? Alright, I don't know if we're finished with this or not yet, so I'm going to put it on the table just in case. And I'm going to move this over here, which is where I was determined to leave it. go ahead and check the quest thing real quick. Make sure we've done all of the things in all of the places, at least so far. And this is already done. We've already checked that. So I believe we're onto the kitchen. Is there anything else that needs doing? Apparently there's something. Oh yeah, the windows. Okay. Alright, that's going into what? 4. And we just do the endless mouse movements again. Very glad still that I have slowed that down because it was kind of agonizing before. Slowed down the mouse speed. Oh, goodness. Alright, let's just walk all over your stuff. And I like the part where I don't really have to actually get every single last bit before it will be satisfied with it. Okay, I think this room is done now, and this we already determined doesn't need anything. So I might be able to just go ahead and get rid of this. Let's see. Well, that's some expensive paint. 210 coins for that. But, you know, extremely expensive tables, so maybe their economy is just kind of screwed right now. Although, you know, if you were to just take off one digit, you know, $21, I could definitely buy it. I could definitely believe that that's how much this Venetian plaster treatment costs. Although, yeah, I'd expect at least twice that much, but not 210, surely. Oh well. Let's go ahead and sell that. And I'm tempted to sell that. I would have been able to figure it out without the book anyway. I think it's time to go upstairs now, though. And I can just switch over to this. Okay, we've got a little bit of cleaning to do. I see some staining. And I definitely remember that there was plenty to sell up here. I think I'm going to go ahead and do the selling first because that'll give me more room to clean. I'm glad we get to keep that. I like that. Wood stoves are one of my absolute favorite things, I've got to admit. Though not a big fan of the gas fireplaces, but a lot of that is strictly because I am so spoiled by having had a wood stove in Vermont, which I loved. I actually had 2, but the second one was in a garage and I never really used it out there. Seemed like an odd place to me, but okay, if I sold everything in here, there's one more thing that needs to be sold. I think it's this. Okay, great. Ooh. Alright, flipper tool perk. Let's see what we can do. I'm hoping that we can get to the copying thing. Alright. Let's actually go to the perks. Oh wait, I didn't realize that I had a new perk here either. Okay, no, I'm just being stupid. Alright, let's see what we've got. Here is a flipper tool perk. So, like 2 drops of water. Yes, we can duplicate. That would have been really handy, you know, what feels like hours upon hours now. Okay, this is the copying item style. But I have to do these progressively anyway, so we will just go ahead and get to the point where we can duplicate. And hope to get more. So maybe I just need to, you know, keep using this. Okay, it looks like it's telling me that... Wait. Why is it telling me 2? I do have 2. Well, how did that happen? I don't remember getting one before. Maybe I just got 2 extra ones or got 2 at a time and didn't notice. So, well, that's wonderful. All right. I'm excited to get the you can change item style thing. I guess I need to keep selling items, though. Don't think I'm going to be able to get it on this job, but I wish that what I could do would be, you know, just continuously duplicating things. But, oh well. Alright. Duplicating or changing the style. Because that I certainly would do often. Alright, well, I'm excited about that. Let's get out of here and start doing some more things. Okay, what else needs doing in here? We definitely need to do the cleaning. So let's go ahead and switch over to that. Get some spraying done here. That looks like a thing that maybe I could vacuum. Let's see. I haven't actually checked to see whether or not vacuuming is part of this job up here, but it seems like a reasonable supposition. Let's go ahead and start scrubbing. That's still not going as quickly as I'd like it to, but I'm sure that will eventually speed up. I'm going to check real quick and see. Well, I guess I keep forgetting that the flipper sense is a thing. And for all I know, I can learn to upgrade that as well. Okay, well, let's switch over to vacuuming. Sure looks like that needs to be done. Okay, is that about it for the vacuuming? That's all I see. Let's check over to the Quest tab. Got to buy several things. Got to unpack the box, but we have vacuumed and we have unstained. Alright. So let's go ahead and deal with the box here real quick. I don't have any places to put the things yet. Maybe I should have bought the furniture first. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Ooh, I can change the style of things. I wonder if I can change the style of things that are already here. No, it's not giving me that option. Okay, let's go ahead and get back into the buying thing. This is basically me looking for services. Coffee table, brambling. That's, well, see, I'm going to mess with the color a little bit, but I do like the idea of it being painted wood. And I'm probably going to match it with this little futon-looking thing. Those colors do match reasonably well, but it clashes horribly with this over here. So let's see. Let's see what my options are for the paint. Children's table, coffee table, okay. Let's play around with this color. I think I'm going to go with a darker version. Let's see. Yeah, that works a little bit better with that. Boy, I sure would love to change the style of that. See, I'm going to make that just a little bit bluer. So let's step down. Did I already try stepping down? Well, we'll find out. See, it doesn't have to be the same as it was. Let's see. Gonna try that. Works well enough with both of them. I'm going to change the color of the legs, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and let's see. That's matching that as well, huh? Cool. Right. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to do the whole flipper tool changing it thing. But how do I actually do that? It's not really letting me change the style. Maybe I'm supposed to treat it as selling. Okay, I'm going to try hitting R. There we go. That's what I needed to do. I need to... Oh, I don't want to copy the style. I had forgotten that I don't have the part where I can change the style yet. Alright, well, I'll go ahead and sell it. Should be... Okay, I'm selling it for $248. I'm going to double check and make sure that I can indeed buy it for $248. Yep, $248. Just have to keep double checking that one there. I think I'd kind of like to have some wood legs here. So let's go with... This is one of my favorite woods. Let's try that for a second, see how that looks. This I liked as this, I believe. Now the wood is too dark. Let's see if I can just pick a third wood color. That sometimes works best. If you already got mismatched wood, you might as well just go with a mismatching theme. But that wood matches that windowsill. That wood kind of matches that wood. Maybe I should go with a light wood here after all. Medium or light, something like that, but I don't like how the dark legs look. So let's go back into this. And I'm gonna have to reselect all of this again. Someday I'm gonna remember someday I'm gonna remember that trick, the correct trick to do that properly. I think this was yellow wood in this general vicinity. See if this is what I was going for. Don't think that is yellow wood now that I'm looking at it. Well, no, it's not. I mean, this would match it well enough. Alright, I'm going to... I definitely remember there being a good way to not have to reselect all of that. Let's try the oak instead of the other. And we'll reselect it. I think that's what I had. Maybe I had the slightly lighter version of it. I'm gonna keep on doing the same stupid thing over and over again. How's that sound? I can go with the ash or the oak, or I can stain something. Let's try sticking with the oak, and I was going to maybe tone this down very slightly. See how that looks against this. Yeah, I think that does work with both. I didn't want it to be a perfect match over there. Yeah, let's go with that. I will do my OCD straightening of furniture later on. The main idea was just to have something that I could rest objects from this box on, which of course it winds up that they need to go on the wall. Naturally. It's being a little bit picky about where, but now that I think about it, it is impressive that I'm actually allowed to put fish up in a place. Let's try there. They really blend in, but it didn't really want me to have it anywhere else on the walls, and I'm not seeing tons and tons of options anyway, so let's see what else we have in the box. I'm not going to make any commentaries about that accidental movie quote there. More candles. Candles and children might not go together all that well, because this, based on the furniture that it wants me to buy, this does seem to be a bit of a kid's area. So I'm a little bit nervous about having those candles right there. Maybe I can find a slightly better spot for them. But at the moment, they're just going to be there. Alright. Well, that was easy to set up. To unpack, I should say. Maybe I could put the candles here. Very slightly out of Finger's ways, but on the other hand, if I were to put them up there and the child is reaching up, that makes it a lot more likely for them to accidentally knock it over. So I think it's a little bit better to have them low down where they can actually reach it. Alright, well, let's go ahead and keep buying stuff. Plant pot and plant. Children's table. I guess these ottomans are for the children's table, probably. So I might need to do some repositioning of things here. Seems likely. I'm not really a fan of this colorway at all. I'm going to have to rearrange stuff so that I can fit the children's in somewhere. Well, let's just get the stuff that we need to arrange first. Let's see what it looks like as is. Because, it often seems like maybe they're picking out the colors that they really do want when when I initially open it up. Maybe that's the color that they want me to keep. And it's certainly simpler than spending all this time doing other things, trying to figure out what I want to buy instead. Let's just go with this. Might do some precise placement with that, but that can wait. Let's just keep purchasing. I kind of like the red that I'm seeing here. And maybe they wanted me to do this in that color. But again, I'm sort of going with the theory of maybe they picked it out. Ooh, that's dainty. Maybe they picked out the color that they wanted. So I'm going to go with the one that it came with. Unless I, don't like it, in which case I will change it. Let's go ahead and grab this. This does seem like the plant that she likes. Seen similar stuff downstairs. So I will once again stick with what she has got picked out. And let's see what else we can buy here. Alright, we've got most of this. We just need to set up a little children's area. And I will go ahead and stick, ish, with what she's got picked out. It does kind of work over here. I'm going to move this over here, I think. And precise rotate it just a little bit differently. What if I were to switch this around? Gives me a little bit more room at the very least. Maybe this does need to be square on. This can kind of move over a little bit. And I think I decided to leave those candles on it. That's almost enough leg room. I'm going to give it just a skosh more. Move this over. They're going to be roasting right there, but maybe that'll be great for a cold day. Maybe I can put this over here, but I think this is going to be like the children's table area. Maybe. This is just kind of a tight space. Let's find out how big this is. Don't like these two blues together. So let's change it in some fashion. Kind of treating this as a bit of a coffee table for this. Well, let's spin this back around. I don't think I like it as it was. Going to put that there. Sort of coffee table it on up, because maybe having children's right here is not the best idea. Many things might go wrong. But let's go ahead and plonk this table down. I'm going to mess with the color just a little bit, not dramatically. Or to try to make it go a little bit better with that. Apparently I'm being a little bit more matchy-matchy with the colors up here. That works okay with the wall, works okay with this, works decently enough with that. So let's try that. And I'm going to move it a little bit closer there and further there. But now we can have a few little ottomans spaced around here. And that should fit everybody in there reasonably well. This I might go ahead and match the one downstairs, which, let's see, let me make sure it's actually, okay, yeah, that's actually going with that color. Now, is that what I did downstairs? I think I tweaked the color just a hair. Or is it over here? Yeah, I faded it out a little bit. which might work, but I'm not certain that it will. Oh yeah, I think I can copy a style, can't I? Let's do that. Pretty sure that's something I do have. And we need to hit R, copy style, copy there, paste there. All right, nice. I'm trying to select one here. Will you let me? Thank you. Had to hit cancel before I could select out of the tool. Okay, this works well enough. That's okay. I don't really like that. Yeah, see, it's a little bit too blue with the greenish tints here. Maybe I should make it this orangey color. I think I like that idea better. So let's go with the orangey color. Ooh, I'm going to try copying this style. Then that at least will let me know where that orange is on the color palette. So I'm going to copy this style, paste it here temporarily. And now that I'm thinking about it, that's not really going to work how I thought it would. So, silly me. But now I'll know what... I keep being stupid. I keep thinking, okay, now I can look at this and find out what it was. But I don't think it's quite going to work that way. Let's see. Yeah, it's not really going to work that way, is it? Maybe I can... Let's see, what does Q do? No, that's just the flipper tool. I mean, the flipper sense. That's what I was going for. Okay, let's see what other options we have here. Duplicate, which is make two. It wouldn't tell me what's in there. I think the change style is what would tell me what's in there, so let's just let's find something else to copy maybe before I bother selling it. But I'm putting too much work into keeping it and not selling it because I keep thinking back. I'm still in the headspace from Flipper 1, where if you sell something, you lose money on it. So, once again, I am really delighted that they don't do that anymore, but I'm still just going to have to take a little while to wrap my head around that wonderful fact. Okay, what was I doing? I was going to rebuy this and maybe see if I could find a nice orangey shade for it. And some sort of pattern that goes with all this ridiculousness. Let's see. Something kid-ish too, I believe. Might even do, well, let's see. Funky swirls might work. Or maybe the parrots might actually kind of work under the situation. Except they're far too large scale. That's just not working out either. Yeah, the repeat is just sort of in the wrong spot. Well, that's worth considering. I think that's what's on the futon, so I don't really like that idea. Let's see what else we have as an option here. Funky swirls do kind of work for me here. So funky swirls there, or the funky splotches. Let's see what the funky splotches looks like. And we are going with, or trying to go with that orange, or something that works well enough with it. That is not it. Let's get it a lot more yellow. Don't mind it being darker. I do mind it being reddish, or too red. See if it has remembered anything. No, it has not. Oh, fish. Yeah, they're open to fish here. That's good. But I'm still not going to do it this time. I'm going to continue with this splotted thing. The word splotted is a lot of fun. Go with the slightly darker. I need to remember that I would like to change the color of the legs as well. Let's see what that looks like. Don't think the white needs to stay there, but I'm not quite sure what I'm going to change it to. Don't think I really want it to be this color blue, and I think that I'm going to change the orange as well. So all of these things are going to be changed. Let's just try to figure out what I'm thinking of here. A little bit puzzled as to what color I should change the white. Or, I could go with something much more similar to this. I could go with a much darker, slightly more saturated blue. Yeah, it's worth considering. With that I wouldn't mind it being white, because that'll sort of mimic the wallpaper. We can still do this orange on the other ottoman that I'm supposed to get. So let's go into the reach once more. And before I forget, I'm going to change this to what looked like it was supposed to be the American ash. And let's see. Go right on back to... Now that I think about it, I want something that looks easily cleaned. We're still sort of assuming that this could be kind of pleatherish. So I'm going to go with that for the material, and this is going to be... What was I thinking of? Well, I was thinking of the splotches still. Let's consider the swirls. Now, I think that there's a reason why I was considering the splotches. Let's just try it with that color. It does work okay with the walls. It's a little obnoxious with that. What if I were to turn it one greener? Or what if I were just to buy it and assume that they're fine with all of the mismatching anyway based on the evidence of my eyes? So I'm just going to go with that. And let's see what else we need to do. The ottoman. That's an interesting pattern. That's a pretty big ottoman. I think I'll move this right there and the larger one here. But I was going with that orange. That was my plan. And I'm going to stick with it. Okay. To the orange. That's probably the... Ooh. I actually don't hate that. The stripe. But she wanted the... Or she seems to have picked out this. So I'll give it at least a shot. Maybe. Big fat maybe. Also a big fat, I'm tired of messing with it, so let's do that. Allow me to deselect you, thank you. And we're going to do this. And we'll move this over here. Hopefully people can still get by. Move this a little bit closer to that table. Or possibly move the table a little bit closer to it. Either way works. Alright, well, everything is fitting in here. And I'm just gonna... See, I'll move this gathering around just a little bit. Put that over there. Not going to be putting any candles on the kids' table. But, adults can walk over there, kids can walk over there, and hopefully be supervised while they do so. Let me see if there's anything else that needs doing up here. It doesn't look like there is. Now, usually, when possible, I like to buy just a little bit of extra stuff for the homeowners if I find something that looks like it's missing. Oh, I cannot stand that rug. I don't think I'm going to be allowed to sell it. Can't stand this rug either. It's just, the color combination that does it for me. I can live with the plaid, and the polka dots. No, I don't like that. Oh, but I do like snooping. What does this say? Have a great day. Call me back. And this looks diary-ish, but it doesn't look like something I can read. Alright, well, at least I got to snoop a tiny bit. This house has been disappointingly unsnoopable. I mean, there's been plenty to read. Let's see what this says. I'm pretty sure I'm familiar with Romeo and Juliet, but I would still love to see what the back cover says. Okay, front cover, Romeo and Juliet, William Shakespeare. Back cover, these violent delights have violent ends, and in their triumph die like fire and powder, which, as they kiss, consume. Yeah, whatever. That's never really been one of my favorites, honestly. I like William Shakespeare's comedies just fine. I like some of his historical stuff, but I never really got into reading tragedies. Sorry, not my thing. Mostly it's just people being really stupid. Yeah. So, excuse me for being a little bit of a heretic when it comes to Shakespeare, but, you know, his tragedies suck. They just annoy me. There's art and all that stuff. That's fine. I just, you know, I don't like it. I don't have to like it if I don't want to like it, and I don't like it. So anyway, let's see what we have to do in here now that I've gotten my snoop. Oh, wait. Yellow, A Life in the Forest. I don't think I've seen this one yet. Let me snoop that just a little bit. Front cover, Felice Sultan. Another new author. That's wonderful. I guess it's because this is a bookstore, so they actually have to have more than one author. More than just, what is it, Pierre S. Balpino. Okay, front cover, Felice Sultan. Yellow, A Life in the Forest. Back cover, the most relaxing reading experience. Everybody should visit this world of peaceful nature where nothing bad ever happens. The famous, that review is by the famous literature critic. This is published by Happy Raccoon Publishing, of course. Well, I guess they decided to have this for people who don't really like the tragedies. I'd be pretty bored by that too, but I guess that works for when you're trying to fall asleep. So, there you go. Got it going both ways. And yes, I figure that that's a portrait of them. I wonder who's who. I still have not been able to figure out from all the snoopery whether or not this really is Emma Baker, but I don't think there's any way of avoiding it. It must be. And we're going to snoop this just a little bit. Never anything in here. One of these days, I tell you, there's going to be something in one of these. I'm certainly not willing to bet any amount of money on it, but it just seems like there must be. I'm still holding on to the fact that there was a plate in that microwave that we found for poor little Eeyore. So, alright, I should probably start actually doing the things that I'm supposed to in here. Okay, we need to sell that, and buy that, and unpack some boxes. That seems pretty simple. So, take a quick look at how she has it, what color she selected. Doesn't mean I'm going to stick with it, but, at least that gives me a little bit of an inkling. And we might just replace it with something almost identical. So, ooh, I can copy the style now. Yeah, let's go ahead and see if I can. I think I can't really do that until I have the new item in order to paste onto it. I think that I need to keep this for a reference if I do want to try to copy it. So let's just move this out here if I can find room for it. And I can't help but notice that now it actually takes me a lot more time to move large, heavy stuff, which makes sense. And they did that a little bit in House Flipper 1, but not to this extent. But, it does make sense that it takes a little bit of effort, so I'll just have to go along with that. Alright, let's buy this bed that she wants. And once again, she selected some colors for it already. Let's see if that works. And that is pretty much identical. So yeah, I will go with that. And then I will also sell this. We still need to unpack this box. I believe there's 2 boxes to unpack, aren't there? Let's make sure that this is centered. Let's make sure that this is centered because I'm, funny like that. Let's go back over to the precise because I think it's just, one tiny click off. See if it'll even let me move it just that small an amount. I think that was what did it. Alright, there we go. That is centered. And maybe this is why you can get away with selling a branch from out your yard. Because, sometimes people like to hang it over the bed. Personally, I would think that little bits of bark might fall onto the pillows, which doesn't really appeal to me, but, it's up to them. I do like the rustic look. I do like these beams in the ceiling as well. That implies that I can do something similar when I'm building a house in sandbox mode, which I plan to do pretty soon. I think the next video that you get out of me is actually going to wind up being exactly that. I'm going to do a sandbox build. I have been playing around with it, as I mentioned before, and I haven't actually finished a house in it yet. I've more been experimenting, which is always fun. But I've learned how to do, basements and stairs and all sorts of wonderful stuff, and I've been really impressed with what I can do in it so far. So I'm going to have to see what else we can figure out to do. I think I'm going to set all these knickknacks just up here on the windowsill. Might find something to set up here, but don't really think that I need to mess with that too much. They actually do seem to enjoy this kind of thing. And I think I'm going to put one of these bedside tables over here, because they both need one of those. Well, for the moment, I'm going to just put this on the desk. But buying her a second bedside table at least gives me something that I can do. I'm going to have to, or this is me trying to figure out where this plant needs to go. Boy, this chair is kind of in the way when you're trying to get back there. So let's stick it over there. This can be scooted along. Yeah, let's see. I wonder how much else I need to do. Looks like I've already got the 3 stars, so I might be just about done. Just need to do that. Put this over here for the moment. I don't mind leaving it on the desk. Now that's her moving in. So this plant should go over there. I'm going to put her stuff in this. She might wonder where it is, but I'm thinking that I put this plant over here, give her a bedside table there. That means that I need to get this a little bit more out of the way. Speaking of getting things out of the way, I'm going to see if I can scooch this just the tiniest bit. Nope, I'm not allowed. Alright, let me cancel. Well, it sometimes takes 3 or 4 tries to actually cancel out of things. That's a little bit annoying at times. I wish I could move all this over just a little bit. That would help me out a ton. So anyway, I was going to try to put this luggage out of the way in some fashion without them thinking, oh, they stole my luggage, when it's actually just in the cupboard. So I can do that. Then I can put this plant stand over here. After I have maybe move this up like 1 notch, or 2 or 3 notches. That kind of works. And now we're going to duplicate this, and I'll put the Romeo and Juliet on one. Actually, I should probably just duplicate that as well. So I'll leave the Romeo and Juliet over here, and I'll duplicate both of these. Okay, duplicate this and put it over here. I'll line things up all, well, I guess that turned out reasonably well. Let's see, okay, let's also duplicate this, put it over here. And I do need to scotch this over just one. And maybe consider switching back to imprecise. Okay, she can unpack that, obviously. And that's pretty much done as I was intending it to be. See if there's anything else. I don't think anything needs to be done up here. Nope. I've at least bought her a little something here. Staff only for sure. Love that. I want to find something that I can put up there. Maybe this should just move over there. Looks a little naked over there. Move this clock down a bit. Maybe not quite that much. Yeah, that kind of works. I'm going to move this up one. And I might think about buying them some other decorations, but I don't know. On second thought, I think I'm just going to leave all this pretty much as is, although I'm going to scooch this over to this side of the window. Maybe a little bit more central. Alright, I think I'm going to go with the good enough. Let's take another quick peek up here. Nothing else really to be done. This is reasonably well arranged. Here, you can have a whale over here on your side. I hope you're not a little bit overweight, because you might take that poorly if I do. But judging by these, or this portrait, probably not going to be too offended by having a whale at your bedside. See. That's presumably the new person's side. That was in a box. So she can have the whale over here, or I could put it right up here. On second thought. That kind of works. Maybe I should leave it nice and rotated. Or slightly less rotated. Put that up here. Scooch this over a little bit. Back to the imprecise. Still not putting any of these candles over here. I wonder if there's any sort of kid games that I could put up here, but no, I think I'm going to just leave that as is. It's nice to have somebody that actually likes, nautical things, at least to a minor degree. Let's take a quick glance around down here. I wonder if I was supposed to sell that. I wonder if it'll let me. Oh, it will let me. All right. Good, because I didn't want... Oh, no. It switched to duplicating. Darn it. Cancel. Let's see. Please let me sell this. I don't like it. Darn it. Dang. Can't sell either of those. And just trying to get out of the hand tool. I don't know why I keep assuming that there's something that needs to be done in there. Already got that. I'm going to close this door because of, all these scary wildlife and raccoons and all of the shenanigans they get up to. They could probably use some sort of laundry facilities over here, but not sure if I'm going to bother with that. I feel as though I've spent plenty of time in this house already, and I think I'm ready to move on from it. Scooch this over just a little bit. I can't leave well enough alone. And that's not really centered, but I'm just going to go with that. Okay. Not too much else that I see that needs doing. We've closed the back door. We're going to close the front door on our way out. And I'm going to do the quick check through, make sure everything is done according to it. That takes care of both of these rooms. This is done according to it. Done according to it. And I think I've already checked the upstairs well enough, so we are going to take our leave. It's a cute little store. I'd probably pop in if I were on the shore, but I don't really go places or do things, so probably never going to happen. So I do love a bookstore, but I read almost everything by Kindle now, so probably wouldn't be in one. Well, but I used to frequent them. I used to find all sorts of really interesting stuff. I think my favorite find so far was a medical textbook from the Civil War era that was, it seems like at least a third to a half of it was devoted to all the different ways to amputate things. That's a pretty little shop, and I would like to back off and get a little bit better view, but it's being kind of reluctant. See if we can get this nicely framed. Yeah, that's a cute little shop. Oh, and apparently I have something that needs doing out here. What is it? I saw that exclamation mark. What needs doing? What are you talking about? I have done the things. I saw that exclamation mark. Won't seem to reappear, though. You are done. I know you are. Maybe that was just some sort of weird bug. It's definitely not complaining about anything. Let's go back to the backyard, see if there's anything out here to complain about. No, this all seems to be done. I'm guessing that was just some weird little quirk. Nothing here. Not going to mess with your garden. I'm not allowed to do any gardening in this yet. I miss gardening. Miss it in real life too. It's been very cold out there lately. Although today it's gotten up almost to 60, which is very eerie. Anyway, well, I can't seem to get that quest marker to come back, so I guess we really are done. Well, that's a nice little place. We get a little bit more of a view of it now that that exclamation mark is definitely gone. Very colorful, but cute little place. Alrighty, well, I think I will leave it here for now. And like I said before, the next House Flipper 2 video that you will get out of me will almost certainly wind up being a sandbox video. I'm excited about that. My plan for it is to build an entire house. And I'm thinking maybe something mid-century modern. That could be a lot of fun. Now, I am going to keep on working on the jobs over here. I'm just going to alternate a little bit. But since the building aspect is what I love most, I'm not going to wait on that any longer. So I will leave it here for now, but I will see y'all in the next one. Bye, y'all.
Be sure to tune in to the next episode for the answers to these burning questions.
Did Liberty Prime ever find a use for her knowledge of Civil War-era medicine? What controversial position will she passionately defend next? Will she figure out what went wrong with that school bus yellow chair and that poor unpotted plant during editing? And will she ever find anything at all when opening up cabinet doors?
All this and more in the next episode of Base Builders House Flipper 2 Edition.